I love you too. But let me go. Monster Hunter! Monster Hunter!
Yeah, hello, 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 hello. Alrighty, it's a farming day. It's a farming day. Let me play our music. So, oh, I don't know why that was happening. A brand new day. Hear the birds are chirping everything. See, how's our productions doing? Okay, let's turn this and this off. So I think we're doing... Yeah, we need beams right now. Unfortunately, we did not get even close to a pallet. Yeah, wood still has a ways to go here. Anyway. I think we're still just fishing for now because I still need money for a thingamajig. Good old fishing. Hoping we'll get a lot of mowing today. I think we will. Looks like it's gonna rain today. There's a fish. They do exist still. think I was releasing $200 fish. Let's see. Pretty far from the next milestone. I only need 13K. You know what? I'm gonna take a little break. We're gonna go look for whatchamacallits. What's it called? Pretzels. I want to check back at the store for them. We found, I think, 2 over. Yeah, it would have been 2 over here already. I still suspect there's at least one on a roof somewhere, but nothing I can do about that right now. I thought that cable was one. I got so excited. Okay, we found one in there already. So I would assume not another one in there. Oh, is this lime? I didn't even know this was over here. Interesting. And I think I found one over here somewhere. I think it was like here. So I think this building I haven't found one. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. That means there's only one left. Okay, so I found one for each, like, section. I feel like the last one's on a roof somewhere. I really do. I feel like it's on that roof, in fact, if I were to guess. But I don't have a way to get up there, so. We only need like $2,800 and then we're good. You know, I could bail up that like straw that I got going on over here. Let's do that. Gotta go get my tractor. Where am I? I think I'm going the right way. Oh, I think it's fine there. Bum-bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Let's leave the mower here, I think. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Swing by the shop, get the baler. Oh, you know what I just realized? I still gotta buy a freaking trailer for bales. What am I gonna do? That's a lot of money. am I gonna do? This road is seriously bumpier than the grass. Right. I suppose I could buy the bale trailer first. I think it's cheaper anyway. I can't remember. Alrighty. Lower. Wait, do we need net rolls? Oh no. I didn't think I needed them. Look at that tiny bale. Little baby bale. It's not that tiny. We're just zoomed out. Man, I miss Tokyo Jungle. What a good game. Okay. We'll just unload this one as a little half bale here. If I can figure out how. Ruh-roh. Oh, is it because it's uh-oh. How do I do this? General settings. Unload early. Should just be fine. Oh, here we go. Overload the second chamber. And unload early. There we go. All right. Let's look at the shop here. I think, I don't know what I'm going to do because it's going to be very expensive. Oh, okay. Not as expensive as I remember, but still very expensive. Let me... I don't think I got much of a choice, honestly. It's the only way I'm moving these. What's my... Can do. We got number 1 Fred. Little tanks. Oh. Okay. I need to rename this one, I guess. Well, we'll drive it on down to the shop then. Let's fix your license plate, A. At the risk of being kind of boring, I think I'm just gonna call it fast fail. Let's change the color. What color do I want? Da, 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 da. Perfect. Number one fled. I guess I'm keeping this here for a minute. We're gonna need ba-da-bum, boom, boom. I mean, honestly, do I want to sell the straw right now? We're not getting the money back for the loader, that's for sure. But I'm just curious what it's even worth. Dang, those are worth a lot. Let's see. I think I missed it. Is it not straw or is it? I guess maybe it is just hay. Here it is. It's worth nothing. Yeah, I might as well keep it for like animals and stuff, but I just don't have anywhere to keep it. It's the bigger problem. I'm just gonna bring this down to the field that we're gonna be cutting. I think my bale storage, I'm like torn because like part of me wants to put it up over where the sheep are because I do want to like have things that are related together, and like once we have a lot of animals, you know, we'll be storing bales that aren't just silage, and we'll be giving it to them, so it makes sense from that perspective. However, every time I make a new field and every time I cut the grass at the sheep place, we're gonna make silage bales. And I guess for storing, like for the sheep pen, it's fine because we'll store them there. No big deal. Either way, we'd have to go all the way to the store to sell them. That makes sense. For the creation of new fields, though, we're going to go all the way back to where the sheep are, put it away, and then, you know, months later, drive it all the way across the map again to sell it. So I don't know. Like, I guess I kind of answered my own question, though, because, like, the field thing's only going to happen the once. And my plan is that after that, we're mostly just going to be doing grass. Like, the only regular grass fields, I think, that I'm going to have is actually inside the animal pen. And I think that's going to be more than enough. And then I just want the rest of this land to be, you know, everything else we've got planned. Once we even get there, because, like, I don't even own most of it right now. This poor little tractor. This baler's not even on. So my plan too is that I think this tractor will probably kind of live up here. I am still considering that we just get like the absolute worst windrower. Because in some ways it might actually be useful to have that thing, just because it'll be like good for getting the grass away from the fences once it's inside the sheep pen. So it might be worth it. And it's so cheap right now to go do that like I could get the bale transport trailer and I could get that, and then we'd just be out here mowing. And we could start getting everything wrapped and prepped. I mean, I could technically be cutting it right now. I was thinking that might not be the worst idea as well, because the sooner this is cut, the better. But, yeah, I don't know. So, like, we could get this guy for 5K. Boom. We've done it. But he is 2.5 meters long. He's not much. He's not much. But like I said, it'd probably be really good for inside anyway. And then this one is the one I was thinking of actually getting for like big scale. And this is 9 meters. And I don't know how tall this is. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. I think this will get through the gate. We're so close to being able to afford it, but yeah, transporting them is the next problem. I think I'm just too close to not get the rest of the money now. So last piece we need. We just need to do a little bit more fishing. It's like 10 fish away, not even 10 fish away. So I need to do that. I do want... I still am on the fence whether I'm going to try to expand. If we're going to try to make the sheep pen one more field bigger or not. Right now it is 3 fields, but I'm thinking extend to 4. I think that's what I might do. I'm hoping that if we extend to 4, that we get maybe 2K sheep in there. But to extend to 2K, that's another 60 grand minimum. Not to mention the actual, like, making of the field might be a little bit more expensive. So what we need is another milestone, and then we're golden. We get another milestone and I can set all this up, and then we have a man, look how big those really are. That's crazy. They seemed so small when I was in my tractor. We are definitely sleeping in this sleeping bag for a while. It's tough getting started, you know? And man, the bug with this thing is making it even worse. I contemplated just getting it replaced, like noting down the values inside of it, getting it replaced, and then just XML putting it back how it was with the XML. Because it's killing me, man. But I just let it run its course and we'll do it. And then I don't gotta fiddle with shit. I think either way we're gonna be in the sleeping bag for a while, so it's not really. What's a couple extra days? I did look into how the hall configurator mod works, where you make your own custom sheds and stuff. And actually, something it comes with might help me just in general placing buildings, because it has this sort of like leveler. Oh my god, I can't say it. I don't know. A leveling thing that you place to help you get precisely flat area. I might try using that, see how if that helps me just placing things. Because there's basically no flat area on this map. which I love about the map in a weird way, but it's flat would be boring. I really wish you could just control vertically how you placed things. And if you placed something where it's partially under the ground, like some part of it has to be not underground, I guess. But like, if it was like partially underground, it was like not an issue. I feel like you could make things look better if that's how it worked. I don't know. Like to make things look like they were built into the landscape instead of just like the craziness we have now. I don't know why landscaping's so hard, man. And I keep putting myself in the position of doing a ton of it because I love start from scratch so much. It's my own fault. Ba-bum. Da-da-da-da. Da, 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 da. Ba-da-da-da. You know, if I went for that tiny windrower, I could buy another plot of land and the loader for the trailer. I might have to. Da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da. Ba-da-da-da. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Yeah, because I would have to. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Beautiful. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. The more I think about it, I think it's the right call. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da. Guess I need to decide. I think this is fine going this way. Let's see if I can pick up the windrow with this guy. Just pop it in the trunk. It's not that big, right? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Mm, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da. It's very big. It's very big. First of all, this can't connect, right? It's not the right connection. That's what I done. That's what I done. That's very big compared to my little guy. Let's maybe not do that. I got mowing to do anyway. Lots of mowing to do before that's a problem. I'm excited to do some mowing, honestly. This little guy goes pretty fast. It's kind of dangerous, even. I don't think I have a front attacher, right? Yeah, I don't. That's okay. We'll just put it in the back. Although, sometimes it's not okay. So that's a potential problem. It might not be multi-directional. And then I'm going to have a weird situation on my hands. God, look how big this tractor is compared to our little car. Like, this is a little tractor, but that's a really little car. The funny thing is the grass grew back a little, I think. Yeah. Because time passed since I mowed this little stretch. Look at this, though. The entire width of this part we mowed is almost the width of this mower. Absolutely ridiculous. That's how wide the thing actually was. Crazy. Let's turn on my thingamajig. My thingamajigger. Let's do this. Show in game. Only unowned. Boom. Just until I get the border. It does look like it will work hanging off the back, which is good. Because then I would have had to pay to do a front loader attachment on this guy. This does not need to be perfect. I'm telling myself more than y'all. But, I just want to get what's here. I'm still thinking about creating the field before or after we make the sheep pen. Because, like, if I do it when the sheep pen's here, there is the chance that I accidentally sort of create fields beyond the borders of the fence itself. But at the same time, I could literally just put regular not field where I accidentally put the fields. So it shouldn't be, oh right. It shouldn't be a problem. I always forget that I can't actually go to the end of the world. No matter how many times I do this. Oh, I went quite into the trees, didn't I? It's actually kind of hard to see my little push mower line now. I mean, to be fair, it's also kind of in the bushes. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. I'm not sure that's cutting. Sure doesn't look like it's cutting. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't think it's cut. It's definitely leaving the flowers behind. It's like grown back, but not enough for me to actually cut, I guess. So let's go ahead and turn this off. Not hand mowing everything anymore. Uh, yeah, the problem with the hand mower was it was actually so narrow that the game was kind of struggling to decide that it was mowing. If it had been like literally just like 2 meters, I would have done it. But yeah, it was pretty bad even for me. Also, hi, Minnie. Okay. I think we're rocking and rolling now. Doesn't the next farming sim come out soonish? No. We're still, they've still got their year 2, season pass going right now. And we don't actually know for sure when the next one will be. I remember there being a big uproar, big noise by some people in the farming sim community because this game took too long to come out. I think it took 3 years, almost 4. And they were really upset. And then they were really upset because they didn't feel like there was enough changes. So who knows what they'll do this time. I'm gonna do Rose at the bottom. I just wanted to get a little bit more space here. But yeah, I expect, I don't know, I would expect at least 3 years between games at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take even longer just because of the backlash they got. About, like, there not being enough improvements. Is 26 just this game but on Switch? Yeah, if it's a, it's like the, I forget their, like, rule or whatever, but yeah, they have, like, a mobile and a, actually, Switch version might just be this version, but I know there's a mobile version of, the game that's, like, not really the same game, but also kind of the same game. But I think the Switch version is the same, but if it's a different number, then it's probably the mobile version, but on Switch. Because that's usually how they do it. Bum, bum, bum. My push mower cut grass is just gonna look different. Because we technically did it last month. 26 Switch edition. Yeah, that's the mobile version. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, and I think it used to be that if it was an odd number, it was a mobile version, and if it was even, it was the main version, but they messed it up. With Nintendo makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the niche that farming sim fills, playing it on mobile seems a little odd to me, but to each their own. Like, the niche that farming sim fills is that it's the most realistic farming simulator game that's the most fleshed out that I know of. So I don't know why you would play that on mobile, but clearly somebody likes it on mobile. I would think you would want to play like a non-realistic farming game over this if you were going to play on mobile, but I mean, not that this game is that realistic, but you know what I mean. Realistic in style more than anything else. But clearly it's working for them because there's been a lot of mobile versions. Somebody out there is enjoying their farming sim on mobile. Needs VR compatibility. Oh. Oh, you mean you think farming sim needs it? Yeah. I mean, the by hand stuff is mostly modded in. Like, base game farming sim doesn't really do by hand stuff. They have like maybe 2 tools or something that they do that are by hand, and then everything else is machines. But the mods add more by hand stuff. And for machines, they do have like crazy support. I know tons of people play this game like basically with like a racing game setup, but even more complicated if possible, to use all the machines with all the levers and knobs and steering wheel and all that stuff. There are definitely people who love playing that way. And I think it was when this game came out, it might have been 22. But when one of them came out, it came out with like a warning light, I guess. And then there was another one that came out with like a key, what would you even call it? Like an ignition? And then you could like turn on your trucks or turn on your tractors by turning a key. So there are levels you can go with all that for sure. I'm all right with my controller though. I don't know how expensive all those, you know, other control things are, but it looks expensive. It would probably make it way harder to actually control the vehicles for me as well, but I'm sure you get used to it. Especially since the idea is that it works the way it does in real life. Turn it into real life sim where the government screws you over. The government's freaking great in this game compared to real life. They were like, oh, you picked up 300 pieces of trash? Here's $500,000. Though, to be fair, if the real government did that, people would be literally creating trash to pick it up. Because that's people. Littering would be a felony for sure. That's true. I don't know. There'd have to be some really complicated system to like prove that you didn't generate the trash that you picked up or something, and that like you genuinely, yeah, I don't even know. But I don't even know what circumstances would make it possible for that to be a functioning system, but I don't know. I'm sure it sort of happens anyway. Like, I don't think it does, but you know, there's like huge projects involving lots and lots of people to like get trash out of the oceans and waterways and stuff like that. But I think that's like just more of like charity funded. I don't think any governments are really involved in it, but maybe. You'll get paid a lot of money to clean and keep clean, I assume. Churning in people, but also pay a lot. Yeah. I don't know. How do we make a more perfect government that actually works for the people, by the people, all that stuff? Sounds complicated. I'll just cut this grass. Yeah, I feel like the weird thing about games like this too, when you like compare it to real life, is how more and more unrealistic it is that you could just like buy a piece of land that you could turn into farmland, because land is not really like a thing an individual goes out and gets in the way that it's done in like a video game. And in this game, the only time you pay like property taxes are if you have an actual structure placed. So the land itself doesn't cost you anything over time. It's a one-time purchase. I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't own land in real life, but I'm pretty sure that's not how it is in real life. At least not in the US. Also, thankfully, in this game, you have a very reliable consistency in, like, if I plant this thing, it will grow, and, like, I will get this much from it. Like, it's a very calculatable, determinable amount. Land's expensive, crops don't always grow. What you do grow won't necessarily sell. Exactly. That's the other big thing, I feel like. Actually being able to sell your product. I watched somebody talking about how, like, they had a couple lemon trees in their backyard. And they were like, "Oh man, we're growing too much. We're not like we have a big family, but we're not using all this, even though we use it literally every morning. We just make so many lemons from our lemon trees. I wanted to go, just sell it somewhere, but turns out that was so complicated. So if you're not selling in like crazy bulk and you're not like part of a corporation or something, apparently it is an actual nightmare to just sell something. It's not even that people don't want it. It's that you can't put it on a shelf, like you can't put it in a store. And I think they were even talking about how like even farmers markets are rough, right? I have neighbors come by about once a week with eggs from their chickens. We never buy them, but always welcome the chance. Yeah. I think that's really all you could do, right? Like you just have a lemonade stand, like sell some lemons to your neighbors, because realistically you just can't like do anything else. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if it's still like a thing, but I know there was like a bit of I guess like a tiny micro movement, or like more like a trend of people like, oh, I'm gonna have my garden with all my basics, like my basic vegetables that I eat, and like I'm gonna have chickens, like I'm gonna have all the basics like in my own backyard, And then I remember there being this like thing about communities having like community gardens, and it was becoming like a more common thing. I don't know if that's still like a thing. If life gives you lemons, find a new god. That just made me feel ancient. Oh god. But yeah, I don't know if people have kind of given up on that, or if it's just like not really the trend anymore. I feel like I haven't heard about people being like, our neighborhood grows all our own crops anymore. Our neighborhood doesn't even need to go to the store. We just collectively grow everything. This is gonna be a pretty big sheep pen, huh? I wonder what the like actual appropriate amount of sheep to land ratio really is. I wonder how accurate this game makes it, because I'm guessing I will fit like 1,700 sheep on this land. But that kind of seems like a lot, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know how sheep live, but like, even though this is a big stretch of land, I feel like that's pretty tight quarters. Dad used to grow his own tomatoes when he lived in my area because all the store ones were starting to become very low quality. They will apparently eat the grass, but it's actually too much grass for them to eat, at least in the game. So, but also I do this thing in Farming Sim, which, to be honest, I don't think it really helps me out financially at all, but I just kind of do it for fun, where before I build something, anything really, before I like plop something down on the earth, I mow the grass that that's going to be like where I'm placing it. In this case, it's a little bit different because I learned that apparently a thing people do is that they create a grass field versus just having meadow grass, which is what this is, so that they can like fertilize it and stuff like that, and then it's even more grass than what it would be just as meadow grass. Before they place like their sheep pen down. And I was like, that's a cool idea. And also, I was planning to have so many sheep that it's a lot of land. So it's kind of like, instead of wasting the land on one thing, I can use the land for both things. So I want to have grass. I want to make silage. But I also want sheep. So this way I can kind of have both. I can give the grass they need to them, and then the rest of it I can turn to silage or whatever else. Once we have cows, we'll eventually make TMR, which I don't even remember what that stands for. But one of the ingredients to TMR is grass, I believe. So hopefully it'll be enough grass to feed them both and also to still have silage, but we'll see. And eventually we'll probably want a biogas plant, and then instead of just selling the silage, we will actually turn it into other things, including I believe it's digestate, which we could use as a fertilizer. Targeted muscle reinnervation. It's something for feeding the cows. I might be getting the abbreviation wrong too, which would make it hard to figure out, but I think it's called TMR. I haven't really done animals in Farming Sim for profit. I've just had like a couple just to have them. This will be my first playthrough where I'm really actually trying to go big on animals, and to the point that I can actually profit from them. Though honestly, with the cows, I mean, I guess we're gonna need a bunch of milk. I take it back. We're gonna need a bunch of milk if we're making, because the goal is that I'm gonna be making all of the products in the game eventually. I'm trying to kind of just scale that up one thing at a time, because we did start with $0 and a fishing rod, so you know, it takes a while to get things up and running. I don't even have a house. I have a sleeping bag. I have a sleeping bag next to a pond. That's what I have. I think my sheep are gonna have a home before I do. At this rate. I'm in the middle of building my house. I did look around for a constructible sheep pen, because it would have been nice if I could just have everything be constructibles. I mean, it would have made everything take forever, to be fair, but I didn't see one. So their construction will be instantaneous. My little house, though, that's going to take months. At the rate I'm going, that house is going to take months. But it'll be my house. I think I'm really going to regret getting the little windrower. I mean, like I said, it will still be useful once we have a bigger one. Because I think windrowing inside the sheep pen, getting the grass away from the edges of the pen, would probably be pretty difficult with a big windrower. So I think the little one would be useful for that. But for this, I might have to get the big windrower. We'll try. We'll try and see what happens. But I don't know, you know? I think it said it was like 2 meters. It's not even as wide as this mower. But maybe it'll be fine. And once we get this baled up, I'll probably go and cut all the grass on the rest of my property. Just cut it all. Bale it up. We don't have that much property in the grand scheme of things. It's literally this and one other plot. This is 4 plots. I do think once my sheep are set up properly, like we get the sheep going, we get the spinnery, we get the tailor. I think that's going to be a really good constant source of cash for us. I added more Zelda music to my playlist. If y'all haven't noticed. I just like Zelda music. Especially while farming. I'm so sad that I can't do my modded Breath of the Wild playthrough anymore. I wish Nintendo was chill about it. Man, imagine if Nintendo was as chill with mods as like Minecraft or something. Imagine the world we would live in. It'd be crazy. Like, imagine if there was official mod support for Nintendo games. What a world. Imagine being able to mod your games on consoles. Yep. Hey, if you play Farming Sim, you can. Pretty good. Though it is super restricted ever since the PlayStation drama with scripts. Which, I mean, I understand. Company's not freaking out at all mods. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say that's one of the things about Farming Sim I think they handle super well. They know that mods are the freaking lifeblood of this game. And they apparently even pay mod makers based on number of downloads. I'm sure it's not like a ton of money, but I have heard that they do pay mod makers based on how many downloads they get on the mod hub. A billion downloads and they get a job. I don't know. I did hear that there were a couple mod makers that Farming Sim did try to hire, or at least like reached out to. Like, I don't remember if it was just a rumor or if they said in an interview at one point, but like, what? Oh. What? My eyes. Those are squares, right? No, they're not squares. Squares, not squares. Squares, not squares. I did hear that when they were coming out with seasons, that they maybe reached out to the mod makers that made the mod for Farming Sim called Seasons, but I don't know if that's true. I don't think there's been any official, like, they hired a modder for Farming Sim. But also, I don't think any mods are getting 1 billion downloads because there's not that many people that play Farming Sim. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like less than a penny per download or something like that. But I've never made a mod and put it on ModHub, so I don't know. The other sort of interesting thing that happens with this game that's sort of unusual is that when they have updates, so they have a ton of free updates for Farming Sim and like free content updates for Farming Sim, and then they have paid DLC content updates throughout the life cycle of a Farming Sim game. All of those also get added to the mod hub. So you could pick and choose what your game file even includes, because you could be like, yeah, there is like 700 official mods or whatever, but I could just not have them. So you can sort of control the size of your game. Like let's say I didn't want the extra gigabytes or whatever on my hard drive, I could just like not install them, you know? It's not like your typical game update where they like come out with a 20 gigabytes of content and now your game's just 20 gigabytes bigger and you can't stop it, you know? I know the ARC team hired a bunch of modders in the first game to work on the Unreal 5 version. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I know like Path of Exile, it wasn't really like modders, but they definitely have the tendency to hire people that were like avid players of the game. I always think that's really cool. It's like hiring the people that were somehow like they played your game, but it was something more than that, you know, like they played their game, but they played your game different than most people. So they should be on the team. I know that Path of Exile has been trying to hire for a long time, was trying to hire the guy that makes the loop filter that everybody uses in PoE. His name on the internet is Neversink, and so it's the Neversink filter that everybody uses, but he has rejected the offer. Apparently multiple times. Because he was like, if this became my job, I may not like making this filter anymore. I was like, that's fair. But there's still some shady stuff with Farming Sim mods, like that I don't know if it's really a Giants problem or whatever, but like some people paywall their mods for Farming Sim. Like it used to be a bigger thing, but now it's like technically against the rules from Giants. But people would like paywall their mods instead of putting them on the mod hub, it would just be like a separate download and they would paywall you from it. And those were like PC only mods. But I think now it's against the terms of service, but sometimes people still do it or something. And then there's like all these third-party websites that you can get mods that aren't on the mod hub. And like, it's kind of a weird thing because honestly, I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's just because it's a little bit more work to like go through Giants to put it on the mod hub, but I don't think they really reject things unless they don't work. I guess the bigger thing is that Giants takes time to like actually make sure it works and before they put it on the mod hub. But commissioning a mod for yourself, I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily a problem. I think the idea was more like trying to not get people to basically like profit off of their game in a crazy way. Because there were people that I think were charging like game prices for a mod. I mean, for big mods, but still. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a weird topic because it's like I stream games. I mean, I'm not sitting here making any sort of livable wage off doing it, but there are people that do. And there's the whole argument from a lot of companies that's like, well, you couldn't possibly do this if it were not for my thing that I made. Right? And that's where you have the game, some of the games and devs that like don't want people to stream their games. So they'll like copyright strike for streaming the game. Which I mean, you know, they made it. Fair enough, right? And it's sort of the like the adding value argument of like, are you adding enough value that you can use their content to make money? And I don't know, I think people just fall in a lot of different places on that. And there's a lot of like, well, if this, then my answer changes, right? Like some people would say, well, if it's a story game, I understand because you're basically just watching a movie and then letting other people watch the movie for free, you know? Like that's how some developers might see it. And then you have the other end of the spectrum, like a sandbox game where there's not a story. And it's like a player-made story, and it's like, well, that is your story. But also you're telling your story in a world you didn't make, so. If streaming was about the game, more people would be successful at it. People watch the streamer. If they aren't tuning, they doesn't matter what they're doing. Yeah, I think that's true. But I think it's also true that there are people that come to Twitch just to like see the game. I think that's also true, right? I do agree that I don't think you would be a successful streamer if you just did that. Like, if you know commentary streamed upcoming games, I don't think it would be enough. Like, I don't know, maybe with really, really smart choices and like advertising your channel, maybe. But yeah, I think the people that live on Twitch, the people that are like habitual viewers of Twitch, I agree that they are there for the streamer more than the game. that they would watch a game that they had no interest in and regularly watch games they have no interest in just because they're interested in watching the streamer. Streamer basically talk show host. Yeah, a lot of time, yes. 100%. For me, I go for more like bartender a lot of the time kind of vibes. I'm here like serving you coffee or something and we're just chatting about random shit. That's the vibe I try to go for at least. But then sometimes I'm just so into whatever I'm playing that it's some other kind of vibe. I don't even know. But I mean, I've said it before too. It's just like, I grew up watching like shows like Friends or whatever, where there would be this place that everybody met up and like they encountered new people and they like, that's where they went. It was like their spot, right? Like coffee shops. And I don't feel like I've ever really had that in my life. Yeah, Friends, Seinfeld, Cheers, yeah. And I feel like for me, that's what Twitch is. Like, before I streamed on Twitch, that's what Twitch was for me. But on a larger scale, weirdly enough, and also with like way more freedom to just be like, you know what? I don't like this coffee shop's vibe. And instead of having to drive 30 miles away to the coffee shop you do like the vibe of, you just change channels, you know? Like, that's just kind of what it is for me. And like as a viewer, but nowadays it's like I go hang out with my friends when I go watch Twitch, or there's some kind of event like Cyclothon 5 just happened. I didn't get to catch any of it live, honestly, but those kind of events, or if I'm like, there's a couple people I follow. What is wrong with my freaking game right now? It's my mouse. My mouse is just sliding. Y'all need... Okay. Hopefully that fixed it. But there's a bunch of streamers I follow that like, they kind of have one game and they're kind of my go-to for like checking in on that game. So like Path of Exile, Farming Sim, stuff like that. WoW. But most of my time, I just spend my time on Twitch with friends. And honestly, these days, I spend more time on Twitch streaming than I do watching it. And it's been that way for quite some time. But I used to like... So when I first started watching Twitch, my favorite streamer was my alarm clock, actually. I would turn up the volume on my laptop at the time, and I just had their channel open, and then the intro would wake me up when I needed to wake up for the morning. And then I would like have them in the background while I was getting ready for work, and then I would go to work, and sometimes I would have them in the background while I was working. And that was Co Carnage for me. Co Carnage was the first person I watched on Twitch. Kind of miss pre-2020 Twitch. I can't even imagine what that is. I was here for it, but I don't know. And until I really only like Twitch was like my co-TV really for a really long time. At least what felt like a long time. I never really watched anyone else until one day I was swiping through like my news feed on my phone, and there was an article headline that was saying voice actor of Final Fantasy VII Remake streams playing the game on Twitch. And at the time I was playing the game, and I was like, wait, that's kind of crazy. It's weird. What world are we living in that this is how it works? And I clicked on the link. Just so happened that she was live at that very moment. And she was like, I watched her for like 3 minutes tops. And then she was ending. And she rated Aaron Steebs. And my eyes were completely open to an entirely different world of Twitch that I didn't even know existed, because I just watched Co. And like we went into Aaron's stream, and it was like a billion pop-ups all over screen, and just like this girl wrapped up in a Sailor Moon blanket. Like I didn't even know what was happening. It was really overwhelming, honestly. It was totally different vibe from what I was used to. Also, she was just like talking to and knew every single person in her chat, like except for the people that just came in through the raid, and that kind of blew my mind. And then like I think she rated somebody that night. It was probably like Zan or somebody, honestly. Zan or Jammy or something like that. And then it was just this web of people that I started to meet through Aaron. Like Zan, Jammy, Tea with Mandy, Roguelite TV, like, you know, all our friends. And then through those friends, I met other friends, and then it was just a whole freaking thing. No pre-roll ads. Was there a time of no pre-roll ads? Oh my god. I can't imagine the time. Type trains weren't really a thing. Music wasn't copyrighted unless you played the original songs for more than 20 seconds. Way more Mr. Beast type influencers and just less sponsored stuff in general. Besides Raid Shadow Legends. That's so funny. Yeah, I don't really remember when hype trains became a thing. It feels like they've always been here, but I think when I started watching Twitch, they weren't a thing. I realized, like, years later or something, that I had actually been to Twitch well before I really started watching Co. And that I had actually watched Co before, and I didn't really even realize that I had. And it's because he at some point streamed ArcAge, and I think I stumbled upon his stream like randomly and watched, like, I don't know, like a little bit of it at that time, and didn't even really put Twitch into my, like, oh, this is a place I'm gonna go kind of thing. Pre-2020 streamers weren't really treated like celebrities. Yeah. Yeah, I was more of a YouTube enjoyer, and it was kind of the same thing, I guess, where like there were a lot of people I watched on YouTube that were just like, they were just people, you know, it wasn't like now where even if you're just a person YouTuber, it's like, I don't know, it's more of like a thing versus like, it's literally just somebody being like, I thought of like a funny joke, and then they make a video, or like, I'm just gonna do this thing, like I'm just gonna do this weird challenge or whatever, but it's just not over, it's not fancy. It's like completely just jank, low quality stuff, and it's just somebody being silly, you know, like that was like old content creation of just like, they just got a camera and it's not even a good one, you know, and themselves, and that's like the whole thing. And like then you started having like some pretty good editing happening, but even then, back then, like good editing was not something so flashy. It wasn't like flashy, it just was, it was a means to doing the creative thing and not so flashy. Pre-pandemic gave birth to a type of celebrity status to streamers because they were the content people were watching, and now streaming feels like actual TV. Everything feels fake and is a show. Yeah. See, but like, I don't necessarily mind, like, because there's some like actual like people do like talk shows basically on Twitch, right? Actually, I enjoy that kind of content. I feel like I like the variety of it. I like that you have the ones where people are literally just chatting and like talking about whatever. Like they're not playing a game. They're just talking about stuff. Maybe they're watching a couple clips, but not really just watching clips, just talking. You have that. You have people like doing music, art, all while chatting. Like, and obviously people that just play games and chat. And then like occasionally I do think I do enjoy the content that's like more like, what is it? I haven't really watched very much of it, to be fair, but like, what's the name of that like crazy Minecraft group that like basically they've all got like characters, and then it's this big interconnected drama or something? I've more heard about it than actually watched it. But yeah, I think that kind of content's just like cool that it exists. But if that was all the content there was, I probably wouldn't be on Twitch as much. I don't think these shouldn't exist, but it's kind of how random girls sang a little tune for Dr. Pepper because they didn't have one, and then the company actually paid her millions for it, so everybody else just started spamming with their own tunes for everything. Yeah, there's way more people that are like trying not for the creative reason and more for like the money reason. I feel like the best place for all that is somewhere in the middle, right? Like you care about the, like, if the creator cares about the creative part first, but they also will make minor changes if it means it's more financially viable for them, then that's like the dream, right? But I think just realistically, money, you know? Money always happens. Money always comes along and ruins good things. Less React. Yeah, there's a lot of React stuff now. There's a lot of React stuff now. I feel like I watch a lot of React stuff now. I don't watch React stuff live, but I feel like I end up watching a lot of React clips. Just tired of seeing the same like 100 things on a loop. Even journalist pages do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that is the problem with Reacts. Is like, it's good in a small dosage, but once everybody starts doing it, then there's like no new source. It's all just like everyone reacting to the same thing. Like if you have all reactors, you don't have the original thing. And then you start having reactors reacting to reactors because there's nothing else to, yeah, it just becomes like a loop. Everything in moderation, I think. Moderation and variety is where we end up having the best content. It's kind of like how people get really mad sometimes about games, quote unquote, copying another game, where they like have the exact same mechanics or something as games that came before them. I kind of feel the same way about it, where it's like, I'm actually not really against it, as long as they're not literally ripping like code or art assets and stuff like that. And then AI is like a whole different discussion. But as long as they're not doing that, I actually think there are a lot of positives of iteration, really. Like, they're like, oh, well, yeah, we like that mechanic. We loved this game, but we just want to make like a couple tweaks to it. So we made our own, right? Totally fair. But if everyone did that and no one made new ideas, then there's not really anything wholly new anymore. Tsukino drama, started hearing about it. All he did was cheat on his girlfriend. It sounded like me a crime. I don't even know what. I'm barely up to any of this, but yeah, like when something like that happens and then everybody's talking about it, yeah. It's just like, it's so easy too because of the way like we consume stuff now, which is largely through Google, because it's like YouTube or by searching on Google, that the algorithm just sort of is like, oh, you watched this video, I'm going to show you every video ever made about that one thing, even though you already watched the video on it. So if you're talking about like a news event or a drama event or whatever, you watch one video, you know probably everything you need to know. Like, you don't need to see the other 100 videos about it. But the algorithm doesn't think that way. The algorithm's like, oh, you liked that, huh? Yeah. Bro, I have been baited by AI music lately, where I think like, oh, a new song came out because of the way they like thumbnail it and everything. I click on it and I'm screwed. Bro, it is all over my feed. And so now I'm having to be like, do not recommend this channel. Do not recommend this channel. Stop recommending me this content. Like, I have to keep telling YouTube, like, stop it. I don't want this. Get it out of my feed. I want actual music, please. And nothing else. But yeah, fear the misclick on YouTube. It'll take over your algorithm. Bro, I love mowing in this game. In like all of its forms, I love mowing. I don't know why. I just do. I'm really sad that push mower didn't work out. Like, if I could have figured out, for some reason I couldn't actually figure out how to fix the working with problem. Like, I just wanted to bump up the working with just to the point that the game didn't have trouble registering that I was working the grass. And oh my god, I would have been living the dream with that push mower. I don't mind AI music as long as I don't try. The problem is there's so much of it that it literally, I clicked on that one video, man, and it was my entire feed. Like, there is so much of it on YouTube that, like, I clicked that one video and it's overrun. And it was AI music all trying to pass as not AI. It was like, oh, like, this person came out with a new song. It would, like, have their face and everything, and, like, the name of the channel was trying to, like, sound, you know, official or whatever. And that's just, my entire freaking feed got obliterated by it. There are so many channels that are trying to pass off as artists, and then they just, like, AI generate them singing something. It's crazy. It's really such a shame that AI can be misused because it's such a powerful tool. I feel like there's so many interesting things we can do instead of just, you know, trying to steal other people's work. But it's such a niche genre, and I found a couple AI music artists that made sim because they're also fans of the genre. And there just isn't enough of it. Yeah, see, like, there's cool stuff like that, right? But yeah, it's rough. I don't know. I try not to get, like, too upset about any of it, honestly, because first of all, there's nothing I can do about any of it. But also, I just want to have a good time. Like, people getting upset about, there was, like, a huge drama with Crimson Desert, and that they had, like, AI art in the game, I guess. And then they came out and said, like, oh, that wasn't supposed to be in there, and, like, it was placeholder. And then there were people that were still mad that were like, no, it wasn't an accident, you know, stuff like that. And I'm just like, the game's just fun. Like, I don't know. I'm not okay with using AI to steal people's art. I'm not. But at the same time, 99.9% of that game is just a good time. And is special and is fun. And, like, it's really hard because you just, like, I don't want to financially support bad practices or anything, but at the same time, most of it's fine, right? And these games, these bigger projects, they take, like, hundreds of people. It happened with Expedition 33 and caused them to lose an award. Oh my god, I didn't know that. I still haven't played that game. I started it because I think Louise got it. So I tried it, but I could not get in. I couldn't get through the intro. I know that's, like, unpopular, bad take or whatever, but the story, the way they were framing the story was really putting me off, so. I didn't even get to the first fight. I didn't get to any gameplay. The battle system is great. You would love it. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of, like, Siren playing it. And she seemed really into it. But yeah, I never even got to a battle. I'm kind of weird about game story stuff. I feel really, really put off by a game that, like, the way Expedition 33 started is like kind of the worst case for me, where it starts off so serious, because I just get this weird vibe of, like, I guess, like, stuck-upness, I guess. Like, when a game starts that way, I just feel like, oh, you're, like, really sure that this is, like, the shit. It's, like, the feeling I get. And then it kind of just, like, puts me off of the game. And then, like, also, if you're trying to do really heavy stuff right in the first, like, hour of the game, it just doesn't click with me. Like, I need to, like, know the people first. Like, I need to, like, know the characters first to care, I feel like. And otherwise, it's just like, this is in the way of me seeing if I'm gonna like this game. Because I want to play the game. I want to, like, know these people before you, like, tell me their deepest trauma. Like, I want to just, yeah. It's very in-depth, and you can make any character, any role based on skills. And I mean, that sounds great. I love me some customization. But yeah, I don't know. I'm weird. I don't think it's anything against the actual game. It's just one of those things for me that's like I guess like a pet peeve, really, where I can't really get into something because I can't connect yet. Like, you have to let me connect before you do certain things. But I've also experienced things where, like stories where they did go heavy quickly and I did connect. So I think it just depends. Like, I like how they handled the start, because if I had to sit through an hour of exposition like most games do now, it just pissed me off. I definitely don't want an hour of exposition, yeah. But to me, that's what the intro felt like. Like, I know you're saying it didn't do that, but that's exactly what it felt like to me. I felt like I was watching a movie and playing a walking simulator, and I was doing it long enough that I quit the game. That's exactly what happened to me with Expedition 33. I was just like, I'm not invested into any of these people. I haven't played the game at all yet. I quit. That's exactly what I did. I should probably just try to stream it, honestly. Because if I stream it, then I will have y'all, and then I'll get through the intro, and then I'll figure out why everybody actually loves the game. I need to ask Gratch if he played Expedition 33. Do you know, Minnie? Did Gratch play it? I haven't talked to Gratch in forever. Where is Gratch? Is Gratch just out there dying to the pressures of society somewhere? Not sure. I haven't seen him in like a year. Yeah. I feel like he's head down working really hard. I miss him so much. I gotta reach out to him. I'm trying to remember the last time he, like, checked in. And I can't. Actually, no. I think he checked in during Stories 3, actually. Very, very briefly. I still miss him though. I think he's just busy as heck. For a bit, then forget to check. Yeah, I'm bad about it too. I'm a terrible friend, man. I try, but I have crazy time blindness as well, to where like I will just like forget, like, because I can also be so, before I streamed, this was really, really bad, but like I would just go for like months like not talking to anybody. I was just like doing my job and coming home and playing games and going to bed, hanging out with my dog. Like, I did not think about socializing a lot of the time. And then I would like reach out to my friends, I'd talk to them, be like, oh yeah, hey, and then we would just hang out for like 5 days straight or something, you know, like nonstop. I just binge everything, including people. It's a problem because that's not how relationships are supposed to work, I think. But that's just kind of how I am. I'll just do my day-to-day for half a year. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Minnie. That's what I mean. Like, I would just do that. Because you got so much shit. You know, like, life just... You just gotta do shit. And... just living, you know? And I'm really, like... I'm the kind of person... I think it's just because I grew up a lot of time, like... not really... Like, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere or whatever as a kid. I would just be, like, trapped somewhere to entertain myself, and so that's just kind of what I like do. I just like, that's what I did. I was like, I don't think about like seeking people out, but even though I love hanging out with people, and I'm totally fine. I can totally entertain myself and play games and whatever and be chill. But even though I would prefer to hang out with my friends, it just doesn't like occur to me a lot of the time to be like, I should like check if they're around. I had a weekly thing with like my best friend since I was like 2, where she would come over every Friday, and that was like my lifeline to like remaining a social human being. She would come over every Friday, and we'd like hang out and whatever, but play games other people don't. Yeah, the great thing about that friend was like she didn't really play games, but she liked watching me play games, and this was like before I streamed, so I would just play stuff for her and she would just watch. Like, we'd just be on the couch, I'd play stuff, she'd watch, she'd comment, she'd backseat, she'd be a Twitch chatter before I was a Twitch streamer. And she would be like, you can't play this game when I'm not here because I want to know what happens next. I'm like, okay. I would just play something else during the week. She was training me to be a Twitch streamer the whole time, and I didn't even know it. By the time people get to the end, I don't really have fresh opinions anymore. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you go through them so bad. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I talked so little about the games I was playing to my friends that even Juan, who I've been friends with for like over a decade now, but back before I streamed, like, I played Monster Hunter, didn't mention it to him for so long, and then it finally happened to come up, and he was like, I've played Monster Hunter since the very beginning, and you've been out here playing alone when we could have been playing together. Like, I played all of Generations by myself because I didn't know that anybody else played the game that I knew, and I didn't ask. Like, I just assumed nobody heard of it because I'd never heard of it. But yeah, I talked so little about stuff I played, but now, like, because I stream all the time, it's more like on the forefront of my mind, and I'm just like, I'm more used to people being around that actually play games, so I'm just like constantly talking about them. but yeah, crazy. Miss my old hunting friends. Aw. But yeah, and I would like go to work and nobody at my job played video games. Like, I wasn't gonna go to work and talk about video games. I went to work and I talked about work. And occasionally, if somebody brought it up, they would be shown about 1,000 pictures of my dog. But that was like it. Like, I didn't talk about anything I did in my spare time at work. Just did my job. I just don't even think about Wilds. Even think Wilds is a bad game. I just don't want to play it by myself or with random people. I don't think Wilds is a bad game. Why is this happening? Please stop happening. Why is this happening? Stop it. Okay. Can we be not doing that? Great. I have control. Losing my dang mind. Yeah, I don't think WoW is a bad game. I just didn't get the same joy from it. And so I didn't play it as much as I would normally. There were just a bunch of little things that piled up for me with that game. I'm very hopeful for the next one. The next one will be the mobile Monster Hunter Teams game. Or I shouldn't say mobile. Portable. The portable Monster Hunter Teams game. They don't make mobile games. And I'm excited to see what they come up with next. I also would love if they ported Jin Ultimate's PC. I would lose my goddamn mind. Yeah, I think a little slower pace would probably be good. I really think they found a sweet spot with like Worlds in terms of pacing. But I do think there needs to be like, I mean, honestly, Wild's pacing is probably fine. It's kind of say a lot of it's with the monsters too. I don't know. It's rough. There's so many things like at one point I literally sat down. I didn't even do this on stream. But I was just, my head was going to explode if I didn't write it down. So it's written down somewhere. I just wrote like what I would take from all the different Monster Hunter games to make the perfect Monster Hunter game. And I kid you not, it had something from every single Monster Hunter game. It took something from every single game. And it left things from other games behind. Like, and there was a lot of wild stuff on that list. Like, and yet Wilds is not the, if I had picking one right now, I would still pick Jin Ultimate. I want to get rid of mounting. Yeah. I don't remember where I fell on that when I did my list, but I remember you giving that argument and it really made me think about it. And I actually think you have a really good point. I think it actually might make the game better if mounting was gone. Or if somehow worlds could collide and like you could play as a rider or you could play as a hunter. I don't know how you would make that work and be fun, but like the fantasy of it sounds cool to me. I am getting really frustrated. Hold on, I'm tilted about this freaking mouse. I might have to unplug my mouse. Ugh. Why is it possessed? I don't understand. No one's touching you. Oh my god. There's a ghost playing with my mouse. And I've had enough. I'm trying to mow here. Mounting could be an endemic effect you could lead a monster into. That'd be fine with it. Yeah. There really does need to be like a special circumstance kind of thing. Identity again, because right now WoW's every weapon is an elemental weapon. They stole it from your dual blades. Okay, okay, okay. I'm losing my mind. This is just crazy. This is crazy. What is this has never happened. What's going on? Oh! How did that happen? Is this the problem? I hope that's the problem. Because I'm going crazy. Their fuzz calling fan. No, the mouse was actually visibly moving. I just couldn't get it to stop. I think the entire foundation of the building has shifted. Okay, are we done? Are we good? I'm gonna lose my dang mind. It's still happening, isn't it? Oh my god. How are you moving? Where could you possibly be going now? Maybe there is a fuzz. What if I just turn it off? That doesn't turn it off. I think I might have to unplug my mouse. Problem is, I don't know which cable is. Turn it upside down. Okay, that's a good call, actually. Upside down mouse. Good call. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, one way or another. Yeah, it might be the controller, because I was having weird controller stuff yesterday. Yeah, with the mounting though, I don't know. I also really want them to like really think about, I don't even know what the word for this would be, but the hunting part of monster hunting. Because I was so hopeful when we first saw the trailer for Wilds. I got this like crazy idea for how hunting could work, and I was like, man, that would be the best. And then it didn't happen, and it wasn't the best. But I really wish that maps were big enough to the point, and I think they can be now, where like every monster we see has a nest that we can go to on the map that's like their nest, and once you like find it, you find that and you find like a couple other things about them, then you know where they are at all times. But before you find those couple things, you old school gotta like find them, right? And it's like you gotta find their nest, you gotta see them eat something, and like, I don't know, honestly those two things would be really cool. Lola, enjoy your alert. Oh my god, 50 stream streak, holy crap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's crazy. You kept that up even with going to the hospital. Oh my god, thank you so much. I hope you're feeling good today. Yeah, like I would love if there was just a little bit more of that. And like I hate the bright green like waypoint finder thing. Like, can you just show it on my map and like, I don't know, give me like a compass effect with the scout flies where like you can just see them like pulling in a direction. I think it is the controller. I may have just like worn this controller to the bone. Can I adjust for drift in this game? Probably not. No, I don't think I can. I think it's I think the sticks are drifting a little. Yeah, that's another big problem for me is the mount. Oh no, Lola. Oh no. The mount was a really big problem for me. I also just feel like the biggest side effect of the mount was they designed the maps differently. They designed the maps as if you had a mount. And so going on foot was like not a reasonable option anymore. Supposed to drink those, not use them on your back. Yeah, I definitely have stick drift. This is bad. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind, guys. We were talking Monster Hunter. Okay. I'm so sorry. I gotta figure this out. Oh, the second weapon thing sounds good on paper, mechanic. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I think the second weapon thing was not worth. All right. Let me go to Steam settings. Where are my like controller settings? Because I think on Steam I can fix this with Steam. It's pretty drastic though. I'm a little worried. Dead zone. That's what I need. Okay, right joystick. I'm just gonna like bump it up like crazy here. Okay, hopefully that does the trick. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. I can still move my camera. Okay, good. Only good for, yeah. The speedrunners, yeah. Yeah, it just didn't work out. That's how I feel about like the seamlessly interconnected maps. It's literally only downsides. I think they made a mistake doing it. I think it ruined the performance of the game, and there's no real like player benefit or even a wow factor because you go through a freaking tunnel anyway. It's just not worth. Don't know that their obsession with the Sophie GB web mechanic becoming their in-game for every game now. Yeah, I don't know. We're not good at pragmatic, can't code and hit enemies same time, and that's the core mechanic. Oh no! I haven't seen very much gameplay of that game. I heard from Juan that it's like Dad Simulator, but that's really all I've got. I think you're supposed to shoot and hack at the same time. I hack, then shoot, then back. It sounds like you guys are talking about like a Fallout game where you're using like your VATS or whatever it's called. Oh, but time doesn't slow down? That sounds rough to deal with, to be honest. Unless you get hit, though, you can stop to dodge. Oh, by the way, speaking of other games, back to Expedition 33. Would y'all be interested in me streaming that? Should I play that? Should I stream that? Should that be on my list? Because I know people love the game. But is it going to be like... Because some of these like RPGs, I feel like people don't actually want to watch, but I don't know if that's where Expedition 33 is at this point. Because I know a ton of people streamed it, so maybe people are tired of watching it. I don't know. I only get to catch one streamer a week, so I don't know if my opinion counts. That's fair. That's fair. I keep like wavering between like streaming weekends and not streaming weekends. Cause like when I can meet up with my peeps on weekends, I'm like, oh man, I'm glad I wasn't streaming because I wouldn't have socialized with my friends if I was streaming. But then the weekends where I can't really do it, I'm like, maybe I should have streamed. I can't. I always watch that. It's because the characters are so customizable. It's fun to see how other people play. Okay. And Lola's a yes. Okay. Yeah, I'll add it to my list. I already have it, so there really is no like there's no like financial problem there. It's just it's definitely still happening, by the way. There it is. Oh good. Okay. I'm just gonna live with it. It's fine. Nah, this was happening yesterday with Serial M as well. I think my controller just is done. In my controller's defense, I do use it basically every day, more than 12 hours a day. My controller's seen some shit. Nah, it's an Xbox 360 controller. Oh boy. This is really ruining my vibe. Oh, yeah, the touchpad, yeah. See, and actually thinking about it, I know it's the controller because I still have controller prompts when it happens. If it was my mouse, it would switch to mouse prompts. So it's definitely the controller. What's my mad is my this Scala and the hacking part, my brain sees go right, but my hand goes left. Dude, that would be a problem for me too. That would be such a problem for me. Juan makes fun of me so much because I'll be like, go left, go left, go left. I mean right. What I meant was right. When we're like playing something. You love when games fully support the PS5 controller, but Steam defaults to Xbox, so I always have to disable Steam inputs. Yeah, I specifically got this Xbox controller so that I could use it on my PC. Because I don't have an Xbox. I've had this since we moved. Oh, numbers dyslexia. Gotcha. I didn't know there was a different term for numbers dyslexia. They're known for it happening as it gets older. Dang. Yeah, it's been, I don't know how long it's been, but at least a year. Comic Sans exists for people with dyslexia? What? I didn't know that. Yeah, this calcula thing is interesting to me because I've talked about it before, but I went to a special school for people with learning differences, and I've never heard that term. And I definitely had friends that had the numbers dyslexia. So I'm actually like really surprised I'd never heard that. Every letter and number in the Comic Sans is formed in a unique way so that they can be confused with each other. Oh. That's cool. People hate Comic Sans so much too. People have such like strong opinions about that font. I've never had any particularly strong opinions about it though. You know, even though this is 64 acres, it really doesn't seem that big to me. I was used to, when typing for papers for that reason, then switch back to Times New Roman. Oh, that's cool. I tend to switch 5 and 9 or 3 and 8. Made all my advanced chem math classes. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, one of my, like, closest friends when I went to the special school for people who learn this had numbers dyslexia, and I have, you know, English. the words are my problem. And we would like tutor each other, and it was so funny. We just had like opposite but the same problem. Mine was really, really bad. My biggest problem with it was actually writing. I couldn't read my own handwriting for a really long time. It was a really annoying problem for like taking notes in class. But in like 6th grade or something, I got tutored after school every day until I could read my own handwriting. I mean, it definitely affected my reading comprehension, but I think I also just like, I read so many books that I sort of like canceled out the reading comprehension, like the reading problem. I had decent handwriting until we learned and were forced to use cursive, and then my handwriting turned into shit. Yeah, I think that was actually part of my problem too. But for notes at least, I didn't have to use cursive, but my cursive was shit. I think, honestly, my problem got exacerbated by, like, the teaching style of... I don't know if you guys ever had a teacher like this, but the teacher that stares at the chalkboard the entire class, talks into the chalkboard, and writes in full sentences all class long. That was my school demon, was a teacher like that. That was my worst nightmare. Because to succeed in a class like that, first of all, you gotta multitask like hell, because you gotta like listen, you gotta write, but also you don't want to write literally every word that they say, which was partially what I was trying to do, because I didn't know how to take notes. And then you gotta write fast, because they're just there were like no breaks. This woman would like barely breathe between sentences. So yeah, I'm a lefty, so I adapted my writing style. Lola's a witch, Grandmaster Witch, thank you. My familiar was Momo. Little Momo. I don't know if that's uncut grass. Oh no, that's just a really tall pile of cut grass. Okay. He texts pizza delivery persons if late. That is a familiar job, of course. You know what I'd really like to get is one of those, you know those, what are they called? Elite Xbox controllers, like the fancy ones? I want like a fancy controller. I want a controller that'll last me. I use my controller a lot. But how expensive are those? Those are like, what, like hundreds of dollars or something? Because a normal controller is already like, what, 80 bucks? The world we're living in. Like, isn't an Elite controller basically the same as buying a console 10 years ago or something? Elite in Canada are 250 base? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just want to buy something that works for a while, you know? That's what I'm saying. Elite 2 are on sale at Best Buy for $130. I mean, that's better, I guess. I mean, it's only 40 bucks more than like a brand new controller. That doesn't seem too bad. Oh, you got tariffs. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with that tree. I accidentally added a tree into my field when I got field 62. I did not mean to do that. Stop it. Stop drifting. Stop it. Camera. Stop it. Oh, it's really bad, isn't it? Oh, this is my world now. Oh god, I hate it. Well, I gotta figure out getting a new controller. That's another problem. God dang, why does everything have to cost money? How is it that, like, I still have my N64 controllers and they're totally fine? Yet the controller I bought like 2 years ago doesn't work. I don't get it. Are things... Oh my god. I almost died for the thought I just had. I need some coffee. There we go. Oh my god. I was about to say, are things just getting worse? And then I choked on my own words. Whew. They've chosen built-in obsolescence and cheaper parts. Yeah. I was in 7th grade? No. 4th grade, I think. When I was putting something into my binder and I was struggling and I was like, oh no, it broke. And I was like, I just got this. Like, why do I keep breaking so many binders? Like, what am I doing wrong? And my teacher turns to me and she's just like, you're not doing anything wrong. Those are those are meant to break. They're built to break. And I was like, what? What do you mean they're built to break? She's like, yeah, because if it never broke, you'd never buy another binder. And I've just never thought about things I've bought the same way ever since my teacher said that to me. And every time something breaks, I think about it. I'm just like, was it supposed to happen this way? Did they plan this? Those bastards. I actually think most of the time it's not planned, it's just they're cheap when they make it, and so they think they can like cut corners or whatever and it'll be fine. And then it just doesn't work in the long term. I heard that the tariffs were deemed unconstitutional and that companies can get a refund for what they paid. Oh my gosh. Things used to be cheap but had to be replaced constantly. Then the depression happened, so things got a bit more expensive so they would last longer. Then slowly they used cheaper stuff while maintaining the price, so now everything is expensive and doesn't last. Yikes. Yikes forever. Louise and I talk about sometimes like work and like the mindset of most people when they go to work and like why people work. So most people work to survive, right? And I think it shows in the quality of people's work. Like, a lot of people go to work every day and they're not proud of what they do. They're not, and not necessarily even just like proud of what their job is, but like proud of their contribution. Like, oh, I did a good job today, you know? Most people apparently aren't really like that. But then, like, that's how I was at my job. Like, I couldn't stand if I didn't do a good job. But honestly, that killed me. That was not good for me. Like, Xbox, oh, I might have to get that. Yeah, it's really bad, isn't it? I'm sorry if it's annoying to watch it drifting too. But yeah, like, I think about that a lot, where it's like, maybe part of the reason the quality of stuff has gone down so much, it's like, it's a combination of things, but I actually think one of the problems is just that a lot of people are working to survive and they don't really care if they're doing a good job. I don't even really mean that to like say it's really their fault, but like, I just think that's how it is. Like, people just don't really, they care about getting their paycheck, and they don't really care if like they make something bad, or they like don't serve whoever their customer is well, or whatever it is. They just need the money, you know? Used to be able to get work, pay the bills, save for vacations. With the vacation time you saved up, now we barely get sick time, no vacation time. We can't even save money up anymore. Yeah, it's rough. I do think that that affects how people think, but I also think there's always been people that went to work and didn't care if they did a good job. I'm sure that's always been the case, but I feel like it's maybe a little bit more so the case now. I think as prices go up, as life gets harder, I think that situation gets worse. Like, it's a luxury to be able to go to work and think about your greater contribution to society, you know, like to your community. I think that's a luxury that you know, are only afforded to have if you're not completely overwhelmed in surviving. Because when you're in survival mode, it's all about you. It's all about making sure you live. Even if technically, probably, if we all were more focused on the community, we would all have an easier time. If not everyone does it, then you're kind of just the loser, right? That's kind of the problem. Anyway, I should get a new Xbox controller. I speak for my job, but the company is unreasonable expectations, so we're forced to cut corners and get in trouble, or we get in trouble. Yeah, that's a problem all the time too. In my old business, like a very common problem in my industry was the way that they measured whether a developer actually did the thing was by like ticket resolves was a really common way to measure it, and that led to a lot of problems because it would be like an unreasonable number of tickets, but to have tickets you need bugs, to have bugs you need to, you know, make bad stuff, and then like to get quick ticket resolves you need like to fix the not important stuff, not the really bad stuff. So then people like fix easy to fix bugs but don't fix the hard to fix bugs, and then like then they're like, oh well, you get more points or whatever if you fix a severe bug. Well, then people just start marking bugs as severe that aren't severe, and then like it's like a measurement problem, right? Like when really the real solution is you just have to have people that are paying attention. You have to have somebody that's paying attention to whether somebody is actually doing a good job or not, and not, you can't really reduce the people to numbers like you might want to for your spreadsheet. Like you have to actually have somebody on the ground that knows, hey, that person is kind of slacking off. Otherwise, you just get people going to... Also, people fighting over tickets to get credit being a problem as well. We live Twitchy monthly on disability limited income. Really tough. Pick and choose what to afford. Internet is our big must-have in our luxuries. Internet isn't even a luxury anymore. It's a necessity. I can't even pay some of my bills without internet. Yeah, that's true. But good internet is a luxury. Aw, thanks, Lola. I try. I think that's why I like the mowing so much. It does kind of feel like almost a power wash-esque feeling to it. You're like cleansing the ground of grass. It's got a little bit of that vibe for sure. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to get a new controller. It's probably not happening anytime soon, but at least I can still use it. It's not like completely unusable. I love that the mode sections cause the bitrate to drop, but the unmode I feared off reading that. That's funny. Yeah, I think it's because if you look at like all of this is probably causing a problem. It's all the loose grass. There's more parts to a cut grass than an uncut grass. I love how, like, when it's in the distance, because certain types of foliage aren't drawn at a certain distance in this game, You can clearly see the cut grass, like you can see the piles, but then as we get closer, you almost can't see the piles. Yeah, we got an older tractor. I tried to get the smallest, weakest tractor I could that could do this job because I want to scale up a little bit as we go. But we're also not going to get rid of tractors, so this tractor will be with us forever. I'll just designate it to be responsible for something. Even when we get like a stronger tractor, this tractor will still be used. Yeah, this song makes you want to finish Story 3. God, I hear this song and my heart is filled. I love it. I love Monster Hunter so much. Got really bored of it then. I actually kind of felt the same because I was doing every single quest. And what I did near the end of the game was I was like, I'm just going to stop doing every single, like in the very last section of the game, I didn't do every quest. And I'm so glad I didn't because I was able to finish the game before I like didn't like the game anymore. Because a lot of the quests are pretty boring, to be honest, but that game still made me really happy. Every boss is the exact same fight. Oh, sure, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a really simple turn-based game when it all comes down to it. But it's funny because I've been playing Serial Ultimate, which is probably the most complicated Monster Tamer game I've ever played. And yet, somehow you kind of end up in the same place. Like, the bosses definitely have more complicated mechanics than repeating themselves, but at the end of the day, I sort of end up doing the same thing every fight anyway. I don't know. Gamers will find a way, I guess, to make things similar. Streamline the experience. Serial Ultimate's so good, though. I'm obsessed. I also thought that after the intro area, we would lose our party and focus on single battles, but the whole game being a double battle kind of made me miss the other games. I didn't even think about that, honestly. That's a good point. I can't decide if I'm going to remove the tree or not. The whole point of this stories is that it's a rock, paper, scissors game, but half the time they aren't targeting you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the weird rules that prevent you from being able to do the rock, paper, scissors when like you're using your weapon and stuff. I don't like that. Or like you can't do a double with your monster or something if you're using a skill. Like I don't understand why that's how it works. seems silly to me. It's kind of like how most RPGs with status effects don't let you use status effects on bosses. I kind of feel the same way about that, where it's just like, why did you choose to give me fewer options and make this less interesting when you could have made it more interesting? Like, yes, maybe it's too strong, but like, but what about fun? What about flavor? What about Final Fantasy II, where I could just beat a boss by raining frogs? Like, why not? FF1, if you could silence the Lich boss so it couldn't cast spells anymore. Lola, maybe Minnie knows this. Can I gift like Turbo or something? Is that something I can do? Hold on. I hate that you have to watch ads. It actually makes me so mad. Hold on. Why is my browser not working? What's going on? There we go. You cannot gift Turbo. I know. I know. I mean, sure, you'll be able to get your sub soon, I'm sure, but I don't think I can. Okay, there's a way I can give it to you, but I probably shouldn't do it on stream. Okay, I'm gonna figure something out. I hate that you have to watch ads. It really upsets me. What a dumb thing. I wish Twitch would just figure it out. Aiming for May 1st. Don't get okay. May 1st. Okay, that's pretty soon. That's pretty soon. You'd think Twitch would investigate faster, seeing as they aren't getting money when something. Well, they got their money. It's my understanding. Did they even refund you, Lola? They were like double charging her. It was crazy. They were like double charging her for the sub to my channel. Absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard of Twitch fucking up as hard as they fucked up with Lola. Like, it's so bad. They still owe you money? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't understand. Get it together. Oh, sorry, I turned off the music. My bad. Hold on. I was just trying to think. Yeah, you would think Twitch would be like really not want to fuck that up because it's like their moneymaker. Like, I don't know. Which is losing money. They can't afford to lose income. Yeah. You know, I just heard basically the entirety of Twitch's life cycle, they've been losing money, and I'm just like, I don't understand how that works. How is that possible? It's still like the 1,972 months until next badge level for you? That's so weird. What the hell? I appreciate the dedication watching me even when you have to watch ads, even when you were in the hospital. I really appreciate it. I'm happy you're here. Well, it's like the sub itself is messed up, I think, Minnie. I was thinking maybe Turbo would work since it's not like actually a sub to the channel, but there's a ghost account for a whole year created by Amazon because I get charged and refund each month. Ugh. So weird. I hate it. The account Lola be good one. That's funny. I want my back. That's fair, yeah. Who cares about ads when you have back pain? And you broke your ribs or something, right? I don't know. Oh, you don't have to say anything, but yeah, I'm really sorry. I hope you recover soon. Take Twitch to court and win so you can replace your back with a cybernetic one. Paramedics broke your ribs, yeah. God, I love mowing in this game. I'm glad I scheduled 2 days for Farming Sim this week, because I I really want to get to the point that we have like something making us money that's not like I need to actively do a thing. And like if I can get these sheep set up by this weekend, I'd be really happy. But we'll see. I'm still just so happy with how fishing worked out. The fact that I even have all the things that I have right now is crazy. Because it's still technically the second day of this farm. Which is just wow. Two Tims in the fire carriers carried an apartment on a plastic tarp. They stood on bed to lift me onto it. Aw. Team effort. I've cut a lot, actually. More than half at this point. Put the sheep in a death tournament. Winners get to stay alive. Losers get slaughtered. Oh, actually, I'm hoping the big money maker is... we're gonna make clothes. I can show you actually, but if we go, dang, look at my farm value number. That's crazy. License. Can I go backwards? No, I can't. Okay. Clothes. $11,000 per 1,000 liters of clothes. Pretty good. Fairmax also gave use free H2O because my oxygen sats were low. Not debriefing due to two back and ribs. Oof. Oxygen's so expensive. Oh man. There's something really disturbing about that as a statement to me. Just oxygen too expensive is crazy. Yeah, too expensive for it being free. Yeah, oxygen in high demand. I don't know how we get there as a peoples, but I hope one day things that are in high demand because they're medically necessary don't become more expensive because they're in high demand. Because it's just messed up. It just like, if it's needed to live, it just shouldn't be about money anymore. I know that that's not realistic, but I don't know how we get there, but it's just crazy. So wait, Cult of the Lamb. I love Cult of the Lamb. I've only time I've seen Cult of the Lamb is I've seen Emily playing it, Emily Rose Wendy, and I've seen her playing it, but I still don't really understand what is going on or like what the gameplay even is. I don't understand. It'd be perfect though because we have Cult of Rajang is like always the thing I do. But I don't really understand what the game is. It's a roguelite city builder light. Oh man, we are on hill. Silly game. Yeah, it seems silly, whatever's going on, but I do not have my foot on the gas right now. Just so y'all know. We're just falling. All right, let's put our foot on the gas. Mass is moving you, yeah. Yeah, from here I can really see how steep it is. I'm just glad this little tractor can mow this. I think I'm gonna struggle a bit with bales. You manage and maintain your cult's happiness. They harvest resources that you use to order them to build stuff. You go on expedition to find more members and further the story. Oh, there's a story. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. I hesitate to start another project though. I have so many games that are like projects type games that I feel like I should only have so many going on at a time. And I just know Emily's been playing Cult of the Lamb for an entire lifetime, and I feel like if I start Cult of the Lamb, I will never stop playing Cult of the Lamb based on what I've seen of Emily playing it. So Expedition 33 next. Yeah, I think that's a good next game for sure. We've still got a while till I add another game into the mix anyway. After skipping Crimson Desert yesterday, I am kind of like, should I just stop now on Crimson Desert so that we can bring other games in? Because I could keep playing Crimson Desert and be perfectly happy playing Crimson Desert, and I know there's a ton of stuff for me to find, but also there's just so many games. No spoilers to me. Yeah. It's funny, I actually am so much less concerned about spoilers with Expedition 33 than I am with Crimson Desert. Mostly because it's the kind of spoilers, like story spoilers, people don't want to do anyway. Like most people, especially in my community, don't really have an interest in spoiling the story. But Crimson Desert, since the kind of spoilers I cared about was just like where stuff was and like what stuff there was, people spoil that stuff all the time. I know there's so much unexplored area. There really is. Like there's like at least one whole town that I've heard about that I haven't seen in Crimson Desert. I don't know. I think, yeah, that alone, I'll probably at least do a couple weeks where Wednesday is Crimson Desert Day. but I might not do 100% knowledge like I was planning. We'll just have to see. I'm just gonna feel it out. We'll just feel it out as we go. But I do think no, you're totally fine, Lola. You're totally fine. I don't think you actually revealed to me that that was a thing. I think the game revealed to me that it was a thing, and you basically just told me a fun little dev interview thing. Like, I feel like you were fine. It crashed on you 3 times. Oh man. Louise was in a similar place because it wasn't working on Linux, but then she just recently switched to Catchy OS and now it works. So far as I know, she's been able to play it now. I had a lot of crashes, I think, but honestly, I've had a lot of crashes with every game I've been playing, pretty much. I mean, knock on wood, I haven't crashed in Farming Sim yet, but I've been having computer issues, so I've just gotten so accustomed to crashes that it was fine. And thankfully, Crimson Desert's one of the games where, like, you crash and you don't really lose much progress because it saves all the time. Honestly, if Farming Sim was crashing, I would have a problem because I don't play with autosave turned on because sometimes I make bad decisions that I need to roll back. So thank God it hasn't been crashing. But every other game I've played, like, or every game I played leading up to, like, Crimson Desert was crashing. It was really bad. Yeah, par for the course. Yeah, there's something wrong with my computer for sure. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to fix it. And it's clearly only when, like, my system gets pushed. I'm starting to suspect that it's, like, specifically when my system goes into overclock mode or something. Something goes wrong. Something's wrong with my computer. Been so surprised by Pragmatic, no crashes, no bugs. Genuinely enjoy the game story. Oh, nice. Random big hit game. Hydrate. It's good you tell me that because my coffee's already cold. It's good cold and hot, but I have not been drinking it. Oh my god, that's a good coffee, actually. Quite bitter. Really hoping the success of RE9 and Pragmatic, Capcom has learned that tailoring its games for the masses doesn't pay out, but making a game for the fans want to play does. I've gone a week with no coffee or sugar. God help me. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes I stop, like, with my tea before this, or now that I drink coffee, like, sometimes I'll stop for a day or two, and then I just kind of, like, forget about coffee. I can't wait to have, like, 2,000 sheep. It's gonna be so good. I'm so glad there's a mod so that we can actually see every individual sheep. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. You know what's even crazier is that the base game, if you don't have this mod and you had 2,000 sheep, it only shows you like 20. Oh, there were more trees. Oops. I don't know what I'm gonna do about these. Oh yeah, see you, Minnie. It was good seeing you. I feel like I should just leave them. And we'll just do the field around it. I could do like a nice little barrier around it too. I was talking about my cat. Okay, good. You'll be back. Good. We'll be here. God, I miss bears so much. I was talking to Louise. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ever going to want another dog. I still don't know, even after all this time. I've just never met or had a dog like Bear ever. Before Bear. Like, he was such a special dog. And I would hate to get another animal and then look at them and miss Bear. I feel like that's just like wrong somehow. It's like I don't. Am I making sense? I don't know. I just don't want to. I don't want to like. I don't want them. I don't want to expect of them to like replace Bear because they couldn't. And yeah. I want them to be their own person and food or litter, feed cat us, we pick cat, yeah. There's that too. Right now it's a non-question. You know, we're struggling enough as is. We're not getting an animal. But when we think about like if one day in the future we can actually afford ourselves and we could afford a pet and how much we both love pets. It's like, but also, it's a huge responsibility, of course. But, yeah. I think I'm still, I mean, I still have all of his toys in my closet. We brought them all. We brought them across country because I couldn't make the decision of what to get rid of at the time that we moved because we just lost him, and so now I just have all of it. And he had so many toys because he loved them. He loved them so much. He would bathe them. He had a basket and he would pull them out one by one and bathe them. And so he had so many plushies. And now I have so many plushies covered in dog saliva, and I don't know what to do with them. So they're just in a closet. I still have Momo's special pickle toy he used for pillow. Yeah. I think there's a couple where I feel that way, though the unfortunate thing with Bear is like his favorite toys are the most disgusting because he He licked them so much. They're disgusting. So. It's okay. I'll keep talking when she gets back. I don't want Lola to miss out. Oh, that was a short one. I was just saying his favorite toy is like the most disgusting because he licked it the most, he bathed it the most. So it's like tricky because I'm like, those are the ones I want to keep because they make me think of him the most, but also they're so gross. They're the grossest. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, they are falling apart from how much he licked them. The craziest thing about that too with Bears, like, he was a pit bull mix. It would have taken him less than like half a second to completely demolish any one of those plush toys that he had. And then, like, I think of one of the dogs I had growing up was a little Rottweiler Dachshund mix, and you give that dog a plush, and he would obliterate it in like 5 minutes. It would just be, he would be trying to eat it, the remaining pieces in like 5 minutes, and you're like trying to stop him from eating the stuffing, basically. And then you have Bear, who, like, my boss's Chihuahua died when I was working there, and they gifted me some of their Chihuahua's old toys, and one of them was smaller than a tennis ball. It was like a little elephant, and I gave it to Bear, and he, like, very delicately grabbed the tip of its trunk with his teeth and, like, carried it like that over to his spot, and then very gently bathed it, and then he put it away in his basket of toys. Like, he could have put that whole, he could have swallowed that thing whole. He would choked on it, but he could have swallowed it. It certainly wouldn't have been good for him. But he was just so gentle. Some amorphous, roundish shape, like naked lump. Yeah, there's definitely some of that. Yeah. Yeah, where he, like, licked it so much that, like, the top layer was, like, coming off. I don't know, and somehow he just, like, had an intuition about things. Like, he had this moose that came from my step-grandmother, and he treasured that moose, like, more than anything. And it's like he knew how much I appreciated that I was gifted that for him. Like, instead of my grandmother giving me, like, a gift card or something, she knew I loved my dog more than anything. So for a Christmas present, she gave me that moose to give to Bear. And that meant a lot to me. And somehow Bear just knew that it meant a lot to me. And so that became, like, his favorite plush. He was very emotionally smart. Like, I did not train him, and he just knew things. He would just know, like, he knew he wasn't allowed in the bedroom, even though I didn't really know how to train him to not do that. He just knew that I didn't want him in there. And so, like, he would specifically, even if the door was open, he would just stand or lay down right at the barrier between, like, the room and the rest of the apartment. And, like, if he wanted to come in, he would just look at me. Like, he would just, like, wait until I invited him in. And then when I invited him in, he would come in. And he knew that that invite was, like, temporary. It was like, okay, you're allowed in right now, but later you're not allowed in. He was just so smart. He would have been, I'm so mad at myself that I never actually got him trained, because he would have been such a good like hospital dog. Like he especially loved kids. He was so gentle, but he loved kids. And like he was totally fine if somebody was like pulling his tail or anything like that. Like I think he could have helped a lot of kids, but I just never actually took the time and got him like appropriately trained and stuff so that I could bring him to like visit kids. But he would have been so good for that. He was so, so sweet. Oh, thank you for the bear love. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think about him the most probably on stream when I'm playing Farming Sim, because he was like, I'd play Farming Sim and I'd be on my couch in the old setup, because I used to stream from a couch and I was like on a laptop. And he would just lay on the couch next to me and have his head in my lap while I was playing Farm Sim. It was like one of his favorite games for me to play. I think just because I was chill. So he would usually be like right with me when I was playing it. Versus a game where I was like screaming or something and he might be like, nah, I'm gonna go take a nap over here, you know? But again, I think it just goes to like his emotional, like how in tune with my feelings he was. Like my favorite games always seem to be the games he was the most excited to be around me when I was playing them. So like Monster Hunter and Farming Sim and those kind of games, he was just like, the sale on controllers like $30. Ooh, that's not bad. You said Walmart, right? Hold on. I shouldn't do this on stream, but let me just check. Boom, boom, boom. I do really want to play Tokyo Jungle again on stream. I need to figure it out. We have a PS3. I don't know if it still works, but we do have one. And I do own the game. It is probably downloaded on that PS3. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, I do see that's a wire. I need a wired one for sure. Yeah, because you can't get it. Like it's such a shame. I mean, the Elite controller is awesome. Does the Elite have better... Does the Elite have less drift problems? Because that's really all I care about. I don't really need it to be wireless either, is the thing. I mean, it's wireless, but I assume I can plug it in, right? Surely. Oh, if I get it in white, it's like half the price. Oh, drift still occurs? Ah, fuck. Okay, that's not worth it then. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Let's see. It looks like in my area, they're basically out of the controllers that were on sale. I was literally just gonna have it like delivered today or something. If I could. I'd still have to spend like 50 bucks. It's not too bad, but yeah, I think I might just have to do this before it gets too bad. Sorry, one moment. Hmm. Okay. Bum, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I want to play Tokyo Jungle again for sure. Oh, I'm glad your pain meds kicked in though. And you're fine. You can ramble. Okay. Let's get back to it. Yeah, Tokyo Jungle's a great game. I'll figure out some way to stream it again. We'll get it hooked up. No chocolate for over 2 weeks now. Food hell. No. Oh, I love how we can like tell I've done some work in this tractor. It's getting dirty. You lost, oh no, 5 pounds because of no eating, damn. Stream stopped. Yeah, I think we're still online. Uh-oh. The rain! I don't think I'm supposed to cut in the rain. Ruh-roh. Oh, that's what it stands for. Total Mixed Ration, TMR. Farming Simulator 25. Cutting grass in rain. Oh, okay. Never mind. I can cut it. Malcolm's fine. He just wanted out in the garage to hunt for spiders or something. Malcolm, every time you talk about Malcolm, he sounds like such a little troublemaker. Likes getting in the middle of stuff. Uh-oh. My tractor slowed down. Sweet boy, but he wants the asphalt with his hands. Oh, I just remember you saying him getting, he just, like, wants to be near you, and so he was, like, getting on your keyboard or something. I had so many cats growing up. I've never had one as an adult, but man, all of our cats were so different. We had like a really derpy cat that was super clumsy. He had a heart condition, but he really loved attention, and he would just like, he would purr so much if you pet him that he would fall off whatever he was standing on. Like, he was just like so into it. He would just, you'd have to make sure to catch him because he would just fall off. Like, he would just fall off a table, he'd fall off an armrest, like anything. We had a really, really, really shy cat, and she would hide, and like people didn't believe she was real most of the time if they came over the house because they would never see her. But if you, like, I would hang out sometime, like if I was like in my parents' room and they had like a little love seat, and if I was sitting there and I was like talking to my parents, sometimes she would come out of her hiding place, climb into my lap, and I would start petting her, and then she would just drool. She would just drool all over me. And then when I would leave, she would go back into hiding. She was like a little black cat. And then she would open wardrobe drawers and hide behind the drawers she would open. So you had to be careful if there was an open drawer to not close it, because you might squish the cat. And then we had a really big cat that I mean, I say we rescued it, but we were at there's this Mexican restaurant we used to go to all the time. And we were leaving that place, and my stepmom, here's his mom, oh my gosh. But we were leaving, my stepmom was like, she has like hereditary like foot problems, and so she was like kind of struggling getting in the car. So the door was open for a while. This cat comes out of nowhere and just jumps in the car. Like, literally just got in the car. And we're like, what do we do? Anyway, we ended up taking that cat home. And apparently it had been living at this restaurant, and the restaurant was called Mario's, and the restaurant called that cat Mario, so we kept the name. But like, the restaurant was like feeding that cat at the end of the day, so they like knew the cat. When we like talked to the restaurant, we told them that what happened, they were like, oh yeah, that's Mario, you know. So yeah, we took Mario home. Mario got massive, like I don't know if he was mixed with something not domestic, but he got huge. He was like a short-haired cat, all muscle, this cat. Massive. He also decided he was like king of the house, and we had a lot of other cats, and so if any of the other cats got into his like territory, he would actually wrestle them and like kick them out. Basically, it was kind of a problem. Yeah, I don't even know. That cat was crazy, but he liked people. He liked attention. He was probably like the most just like kind of normal cat, but he just like didn't like other cats not respecting his like that he was the authority. Basically, he had a lot of alpha in him. And then we had another cat. She's like a fluffy cat, really playful and cuddly, very graceful. She would like play with the bird toys and stuff like that. Like she was very kitten-like, like in her behavior. She just kind of remained playful like her whole life. She was really, really sweet cat. She also, we called her the turkey lurker, because if we had turkey or meat or something, she would come out of the freaking woodwork to get a bite. She loved her snacks, but especially turkey. And she would like get up on the counters and stuff all the time when she knew she wasn't supposed to. She was definitely the most guilty of that of any of the cats we had. Gosh, who else did we have? And then we had another cat, which was the cat that was around when I was born, and she lived to be like 24 or 25, like something crazy. And she was very, very sweet. She wouldn't show up if there were strangers in the house, but if it was just the family, she was around all the time. Like, I remember playing like board games with my brother, and she would just plop down right in the middle of the board, and we would just play around her. And like, she would cuddle with us and stuff. But if there was a single stranger in the house, she was gone. We don't even know where she went. She was gone. However, she also cut a hole in the bottom of my, like, I don't even know what they're called, but like my mattress was like sitting on a fabric-y type thing. I don't know what it's called. Sort of like, it almost looks like insulation or something like that. It was like sitting on that. She cut a hole into that and then like climbed up in it. Like she would just live under my bed, basically. That was one of her safe spots, was under my bed, but like in it. like still up off the ground under my bed. But yeah, we had a lot of cats, is my point, and they were all very different. Yeah, she made a den. When I was little, she was like my best friend, and it was really sad when she got really, really old. Like, eventually we put her down because her quality of life was like really, really bad. Like, for many years, she couldn't even find her own food because she couldn't smell it, and like she couldn't clean herself anymore. So we had to like clean her for her, and like she was really struggling when she got old. But yeah, we had a lot of cats. I had 3 different dogs growing up. We had fish, we had 2 frogs, and we had a hamster. The hamster was the devil, though. That hamster was the actual devil in hamster form. What else? I don't think we had any other, like, reptiles. I think one time my brother brought home a snapping turtle, but we did not keep that. we found a way to. Oh no, it was in our pool. That's what it was. All hamsters are the devil. Yeah, no, that hamster just hated us so much. Till the day she died, that hamster hated us. To be fair, that hamster lived in a house of cats, so I think that might have been part of the problem. I'd be a little stressed if I was that hamster too. Yeah, and then my brother and I both got a frog when we finished second grade. It was like a thing our school did where like they'd get tadpoles and then you watch them grow throughout the year, and then they'd be like, here parents, your kids have a frog now. The type of frog they got was supposed to live like only a couple months or something, which was true for my brother's frog, and it was true for all of my friends' frogs. But my frog lived for actual years. Like, that was second grade. That frog was still alive when I went to high school. And it was pretty darn big by that time, too. So, I don't know what happened, but teddy bear hamsters look so sweet, but I know he was plotting. He was a snake artist. Oh my gosh. We had so much animal drama. Like, even our fish had drama. Because, like, my dad really liked his fish in his aquarium. And he got, like, a couple of fish of the same species. And one of them, we called him Charlie. My stepmom named all the fish. Charlie was the biggest one. And he started harassing one of the female fish. Like, and then she would hide. And I guess, like, he didn't like that she was rejecting him. And so he just started, like, taking bites out of her. So she started getting, like, attacked. So then we had to, like, separate her because she was injured. And then, like, that was making her sick. It was like a whole thing. It was really awful, actually. She was getting sick because she was injured, and then he was the worst. Like, my dad was, like, trying to manage these fish, and there was, like, so much drama, even though they were the same species. But it was really just Charlie. Like, Charlie was crazy. All the other fish got along, but Charlie had a problem. And he had a problem specifically with Rosie, like, or Rose. I think her name was Rosie. And then, yeah, sexual harassment in the fish world. And then Rosie had babies, and then Charlie was eating the babies. Charlie was such a problem. I don't understand why my dad didn't just put Charlie in his own tank. I don't know why. And then we had, my brother got a corgi. I mean, I say my brother, but like our family dog was, when my brother turned 8, my parents were like, oh, we're going to get you a dog. And he got a corgi. And then I wanted a dog. And so they were like, okay, well, you'll get one when you're 8. And the corgi's name was Bandit. He was super smart. He was constantly plotting how to go to the other side of the house to eat the cat food. And sometimes he succeeded. And then when I turned 8, I got a dachshund. I wanted a Newfoundland, but apparently those are winter dogs, and we were in Texas. Also, my parents would not let me get a big dog. And my poor little dachshund, he had a skin condition. And he was a long-haired dachshund. But because of his skin condition, instead of his hair growing out like naturally straight, it grew like straight out. So he was like a big puffball. And we had to like trim his hair short all the time because it would get matted because of how it grew out and because of his skin condition. And that dog, unfortunately, was a little... He was so sweet. He was so sweet, but he was a little less aware of his surroundings. And he loved Bandit, and he followed Bandit around everywhere. And he literally followed Bandit off a ledge, and he broke his leg. And then he did it again, and he broke his back. But he was a really sweet dog. But yeah, we had a lot of animals. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum. Bum, bum. I like that we can see the grass piles better now because it's raining. I can barely see the rain, to be honest. But I can see the impact of the rain very well. Oop. Turned it off. Stretch break? That's a good idea. How long's it been? Yeah, 4.5 hours. It's a good idea. We will stretch. We will break. We will be back. Enjoy your Ravenfall.
I wanna be your girl.
All right. Yeah, we got quite a few people, huh?
I wanna be your girl.
Pretty poppin' place.
Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and up for wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good. Do I look nicely enough? I got dressed up before you. Look at me, this is my love all for you.
I probably should have checked too if we can bail up in the rain. I think we're fine. Since I'm making silage, I don't think it's a problem that it's wet. Real life mold develops, yeah. There is, I forget what process it is. I think if you want to make like hay in the game, you have to dry it. You have to dry the grass. Even if it's not raining, you have to dry the grass. Man, look at all that you can see in the distance. That's so cool. You know, honestly, if they could just find a way in the next farming sim for draw distance to not be such like a noticeable thing, I would be so happy. Like, I don't need like, I don't care too much about the graphical stuff, really, but not having like pop-in and stuff would be nice. I want to be able to like look out at bigger landscapes, you know? It'd be nice. Honestly, if someone had asked me like what big things I would want in the next farming game, I really don't know what I would say. I wouldn't have even really asked for fishing, I don't think, before, because it just didn't even occur to me. I'm so glad we have it. Same with like the constructible building thing, like it just really wouldn't have occurred to me. But I love it now that we have it. There was a time we didn't even have productions, you know, we didn't make products, we just harvested crops. We didn't do any of that stuff. We have so many animals now, too. It's crazy. Have a safe adventure. Oh, we are caked in mud on this guy. I do still think the Farming Simulator Power Wash Sim crossover would be legendary. If I just went to go power wash my tractor and it just like created a power wash level based for my tractor to clean my tractor, oh my god. I think that the dirtiness of the vehicles is still like more predetermined. Like it's like states than like actually what you did with it as well. I mean, I don't think it's make or break for me having a good time, but it would be kind of neat if it was more like what you actually did affecting the dirtiness of the vehicle. And like where it was dirty. But that just sounds like something that requires sacrifices that I wouldn't be willing to pay. Like, or performance issues that I don't think would be worth it. But if there weren't issues like that, it would be neat. And I think I saw a mod for this, actually. It was one that I really wanted to do, but I think mine was a little more complicated than what the mod does. But I think it'd be really cool if it was like base game, that if you bought a piece of land that, like, let's say all it was a meadow, and then you turned it into a field and you planted a crop, or maybe you built some buildings, that if you went to go sell the land at that point, the land value would go up. And same for the opposite. Like if I got rid of a field and just like put a bunch of meadow grass, the value of the property would go down. I think that'd be really cool. I also wanted there to be like a separate way to play that was like almost managing, like you, instead of really selling, maybe it's like, I don't know what the right word for it would be, but like you technically hire other farmer to live on the land or whatever, to deal with the land, and then they do so, but then you get a percent of their profits. So like the two part of this, how I was going to make it work if I made it a mod, was that the land value would be determined by what was on it, but then if you sold it from that point, if there was a field on it, you would get a percent payout based on like the yearly value of the crops that they pulled off of it. There's now a mod I saw in the mod hub that I would, if I wasn't playing this type of playthrough, I would definitely be checking out, where apparently now they will people that own the other land, you'll like see them working their fields. I was like, that's sick. Like that's really cool. But if you combined that with like, oh, I sold them that land and I'm getting percent of the profit, you would like see them working their fields and be like, I'm gonna get, looks like they're growing wheat this year, I'm gonna get a percent of those profits. Like, that'd be so cool. And I feel like it's also within reason. Like, it's not really asking for like some crazy technical feat from Giants, especially now that there's a mods that do all the individual components that already exist. But it would just be neat. Like, it would just be neat if those components combined were in there, and then it just happened. It would bring like a whole nother element to the game, where some people wouldn't even really farm. They would just like manage other farmers. And I guess if I was gonna like something really like a dream big kind of dream for Farming Sim that I don't think will happen, is that the construction part got a little bit, there were some more involved options. Like, yes, you could just take out a paint tool and do that. But I know, like, the Terraform mod, I forget what it's called. Terraform? I think it's called Terraform. I don't know if that actually, I should check if that exists for 25, because it would actually be great for this playthrough, thinking about it. But basically, people have made mods where you can use actual machines for landscaping and things like that. But I would love if that was more of a Giants thing, and if they did their own version of that. I mean, they need to work on their landscaping in general, because I think even with the paintbrush, it's like really difficult when it doesn't seem like it should be as difficult as it is. But, you know, assuming they could iron that out, and then also just like having like this game makes me want almost like other simulator games inside of it. So like I want a full-on construction simulator in my farming sim, or like I saw somebody had a mod that was like run your own supermarket, and then that just had me thinking like, well, what if like Supermarket Simulator was inside Farming Simulator? That'd be really cool. You like make your own farmer's market out of your own crops, and then you also manage the employees of your farmer's market who sells it. Like, that'd be crazy, but also it's like too much scope, right? Clearly they already struggle with the scope they have, so the more of these like features they add, the more shallow things get, or the more issues there are with the features that already exist. But like there's plenty people still want, just when it comes to like animals, for example. Like they want there to be more things to consider with animals. They want, like, we finally got like baby animals, but like I was saying before, like there's all these weird restrictions. Like I have 2,000 sheep, but I only see 20 sheep, or like they never get sick, they never die, like all this stuff. Like, are options people would want? And options is an important word too, because I don't think everyone would play that way. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but also exciting thing about Farming Sim for me is that they could never run out of things that people want. You could just add so much to a game like this, and you could just feature creep forever, because it just starts becoming like life simulator after a certain point, right? It's just that simulate everything. But I don't know. I guess one small thing I would really, I mean, maybe it's not as small as I think, but one small thing I'd really like is if you could purposefully, for example, cut down a tree and then cut it into human pick-upable logs, like the appropriate size that regular person, could lift it. You know, if there was a base game shovel in the game that, like I was talking before, like where it's not this weird, like it's floating in the air in front of me, but like properly I'm using this shovel to like scoop loose anything off the ground. A proper base game, like they're more like hand tools, manual do-it tools that were like way cheaper starting points in the game. I would really, really like that, just because of the way I play Farming Sim. Having to use so many mods for that stage is really like unfortunate. I mean, I'm glad the mods exist, but I wish there was a cleaner approach for that stuff. But I also understand that kind of the point of the game, like the base game stuff. It's more about the big machines and like this is high-end farming. It's not farming for cheapskates. You know, it's not farming, vintage farming. It's the bleeding edge of farming technology. That's what like the base game is all about that. The bleeding edge technology. It's super expensive, high-end stuff. And it's really only thanks to mods that we have anything else. So I sincerely doubt Giants will ever really do that kind of stuff. But maybe. They gave us a fishing rod. It's a high-end fishing rod, but they did give us a fishing rod. After I've cut this grass, it'll mean I've cut 4/5 of all of the grass that I have. A little more than that, really. I do think I'm gonna have to figure out getting the bigger windrower though, because I'm just like thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't think windrowing was already like my least favorite part of this process. I love the rest of the processes of cutting grass and making silage bales, but like windrowing's always been my least favorite part, and making that the longest part seems like a bad plan. Like, I don't necessarily regret buying it though, because I do think it'll help me around the fences, but oof, I don't know about the rest of it, man. This hill's so rough for this tractor. It's real. I don't know that I'm going to bail over here. The bale's heavier than this mower is. I guess if I go downhill, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I feel like realistically, the next milestone for fishing is gonna be the make or break for this because, I mean, I've gotten very, very far on what we had, which is great. But I still have to build the sheep enclosure. I think like an hour of fishing, if I'm selling the 200 fish and the 400 fish, was getting me like, let's call it like 15K. And we're gonna need like 160 just for the sheep pen. I don't know how much we're gonna need for the sheep, but 2,000 sheep, I'd say at least 20K. That's 180. I've still got to buy the trailer for the animals. I think that's another like 60K, so that's 220. We got to buy the trailer for the bales. That's another 50K, so that's 310. I think that's it. But $320,000 at 15K an hour, real time, 15K an hour, is a long time. That's a lot of me just fishing and not doing much else. I mean, I suppose I can be doing this, and we will eventually, if it takes long enough, get silage money that way. Which is certainly not nothing. But woof. But I'm awake all but like 9 hours of the day in this game. So that gives us like 15-hour days, right? 15 times 15K. I actually don't think it would be enough time for bales to, or for the silage bales to ferment. I don't think they would actually ferment by the time we would get the money. So it would have to be raw fishing money, raw fishing all the time. That's a lot of fishing. I think by then I would hit the milestone is the thing. And then we're fine, because that's half a mil. I got to figure out my wood stuff too. I think I'm gonna need to rebuild it for starters. But I'm thinking I might put a second wood production down so that we can speed it up. Honestly, as much as I would like to be like building stuff, I could see an argument to have like 4 of those things going. Not that I could afford it, but I just really got to get this one thing going at least, and then hopefully we're cooking. hopefully then I could be making money even when no matter what I'm doing. This just is making money in the background. That's what I want. Imagine if we were making 1,000 liters of clothes every hour. $10,000 an hour. Welcome back. Oop. That did not work. Uh-oh. Oh, I know why it didn't work. Uh-oh. Look how filthy it is in here. But also simultaneously really clean. It's filthy out there. Very clean in here. wonder if I'll get around to planting any crops this year. Or if we'll be too busy with other stuff. I technically have all the stuff to plant quite a few crops. I'm just missing the land that I would want. Oh god, I just realized I have to seed the same area I'm mowing right now. I'm gonna have to seed that same area once we turn it into a field. Oh god. It's gonna take forever. We have the smallest seeder in the game. All that lovely land, all that work. It'll be worth it. The good news is with grass is like I only got to seed it the once. I'm pretty sure. I think we're good once I put the good stuff in. We don't have to seed that ever again. We just cut it every so often. Why do I want to sing Oklahoma? Now, I won't be fertilizing for a while, which is new for me. I usually just, you know, buy the fertilizer, fertilize everything that I ever plant. All that. But because I'm having this rule for myself that the only consumable I am allowed to buy, besides like our bale wrappers and stuff, that is just sort of like a mandatory cost, is seeds. So, since that's the only thing we're buying, that means fertilizer, lime, all that kind of stuff will not be happening until I can make it. Bare necessities. But you know what? We'll still get grass, even if I don't fertilize it. We'll get a lot less grass, but we will still get grass. Bare necessities. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. 64 acres. A little bit less realistically because we can only go so close to the edge of the field because of the edge of the map. And we've got some trees that I'm not cutting. But still almost 64 acres. We should know precisely how big it is once I actually turn it into a field. But good chunk of land here that we're mowing. I'm hoping that once this is inside the sheep pen, even though it's a field, that they will still eat from it. I think they will. And that way I don't need to like feed them separately. Like I don't need to like bale up grass for them. They're just going to eat what they're going to eat, and then I will mow the rest of it. But we'll see, because I don't know what really happens. Like after I cut it, what are they going to eat during that time, you know? So I guess I'll probably still have to bale it for that reason, but I need to figure out, there's got to be a way for my baler to bale without wrapping. But I guess worst case scenario, what I could do is I bale it, I wrap all of it, and then I just cut open a couple bales and I give those to them. That's probably what I'm going to have to do, because I don't think I can turn the wrapper off on my bale. I think it just does what it does. I love when I'm working an area and I look out and it almost feels as if there's no area that isn't the area I'm working on. As far as I can see, it's just this land. So once we're past this point, which is going to take me a good amount of time, but once we're at the point where we're making money from the sheep, I've got some really big ideas in mind, as per usual. But for this map, I think I'm going to want to figure out where I want my roads to be. I kind of want basically a road. I'm probably going to redo the road that goes to town a little bit. It's a little bit dicey. It's a little bit bumpy. It's bumpier than the grass. We'll probably redo that. But to do that, I need the land between my place and the shop, right? And I think I'm basically going to have a road that goes from the shop and then basically due north up to here to the sheep pen. I think that connects basically. We're gonna have a main road like that, and then we're gonna have little farm roads where we're obviously gonna have other animals, so we'll have to figure out where those are gonna go. And we're gonna have other productions as well, but I think those are gonna be near, like, animal related productions are going to be near the animals, stuff like that. We'll figure that out. Then I want pretty big fields. I've never really done super large custom fields before. Like, they always felt large at the time, but what I realized later is that they really weren't that big. I want really big fields, and I want them to be not really... I don't want them to just be a rectangle. I'm thinking more like we have fields that wrap around and basically like meet at the main road. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if you're picturing what I'm picturing, but I think maybe not as wide, but very, very long and basically extending on both sides of the road. And then we have sort of little dirt roads, little farm roads between each crop section. But I'm hoping that it's like, I mean, easily at least this much space per crop. And I think we have the space to do it. It wouldn't be this wide. Like, I wouldn't go, I mean, I guess these are basically 8 by 8 acre plots, right? I think that's basically what we're looking at. Let me see here. Oop. I did not mean to do that. But if I select one of these, right? These are squares. So I think they're like 8 by 8. I think an acre is like not how I'm using it, but I think you know what I'm saying. They're basically 8 by 8 plots, right? We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's like 8 by 8 of these plots across. But let's say like all my borders, let's just pretend there's all going to be animals. I don't think they will, but let's say they are. So it's really 7 by 7. We go like north like this. There's a road. And then like 2 this way and 3 this way and 2 that way is basically plots. So if you had like one across like this is a crop, but you'd cut it in half, so it would be 2 crops per section. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's already 12 crops. If I gave them that much land, that's 12 crops. We do have more than 12 crops, to be fair. So maybe I would do different ones on either side of the main road, and then you've got like 24 crops. We could fit a lot, is my point. This is a lot of land. I think we should buy up all the land and actually use it. I want it to be fairly packed, but also I want the buildings and stuff to be a little more spread out. But I think the buildings and stuff are going to be more on the outskirts near the animals. Like we've got a couple that are near where I'm at on the farm, but then the rest are kind of on the outskirts. Like if I had all the land, I probably would have put the lumber production we have right now in a totally different spot. Like I would have just put it up by some trees and called it a day, you know? But we just don't have the money. It's the reality of it. But I wanted to start working on getting the house, so it's rough. I'm contemplating what we do is we let everything that's happening with the wood production run its course. It's not going to be enough to build my house, but we let it run its course. And then I sell it, so it's gone. By then we mow all the property we have, and then from there I figure out where I want its long-term living place to be, and we set up a proper thing so that we can do all our construction. Like I basically need a place to make all my construction material for buildings. So like once these sheep are set up, I want to get set up on construction. And then we can finish building my house. We can build sheds for equipment and stuff like the constructible ones. We can figure out the layout. We can start buying up land. And like, even though it would be way more reasonable for me to like just work with the land I've got and then build up from there, I would find it a little bit frustrating to like do what I'm basically going to do with the wood production, which is wait for it to run its course before I get rid of it to like restructure. But I think at least with the crops, as long as I have a good plan about what I'm gonna do, we don't actually need every ounce of the land to do it. We could just be like, okay, we're gonna buy section 1 of this, and that's where our first crop's going, and go from there. It's more the buildings and the structures and stuff that I feel like I need to really plan out to make it look the way I want and like play the way I want. I don't think what I'm going to do is going to be super hyper efficient. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of driving around. But I'm also very okay with that. And we're going to have multiple tractors, so I think like this tractor, for example, this is my sheep tractor. Like, it is going to live in the storage that's on the sheep farm. That's where it lives. And it will take care of the sheep and the sheep grass, and it'll do all that. And a different machine is going to handle like transport, for example. And yeah, I think it'll be fun. And then the idea could be that I could drive around in little Can-Do between the different areas when I need to do different stuff. And when I get there, the machines that I use for that stuff, it's just already there. And we hop out, we jump into the tractor, we do whatever we're gonna do. And then we hop back into Can-Do. And we go do the next thing we gotta go do. I was thinking, I had a really funny idea. I don't think I'm ever going to do it. I don't think I'm going to do it in this playthrough, that's for sure. But I was thinking about, like, if you wanted to, like, ride a horse everywhere as your car instead of, like, an actual car, that what you could do is you could just set up horse pins as, like, stops. I don't know how long the horse will just, like, hang out when it's not in a pin, but you could just like hop into the pin at the stop. like the horse is here now. You, like, go from one location to the next via horse. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I downloaded a mod. It was like Road Kit. I haven't looked at it very closely yet, but I'm hoping we can make some nice farm roads. I don't really want to make like car type roads, and that might be all that the mod is, to be honest, but I think it's not. I think there's actually like farm road options in there that might make my life way easier. I really should look into Terraform. It might be available now. The last time I looked was when we were starting the Woodlands playthrough, and back then it wasn't ready yet, but it might be ready now. It would certainly be, I'm sure, more expensive than just building the roads with the landscaping tool, but it would be more fun. But imagine if this works with the sheep farm and I'm just making $150,000 every day that I play. Like by the end of stream, guaranteed $150,000. Think of all the different projects we could start with that kind of money. That's like a new project funded every 2 streams. Do you think when the people that made the soundtrack to Breath of the Wild were making the music, they were thinking, so many people are going to be listening to this when they're not even playing the game? Years from now, people are going to be listening to my music while they're doing chores around the house, while they're playing Farming Sim, while they're in a just chatting stream in the background. I don't think they could have possibly imagined how much people would hear this music. Because how could you? How could you sit there and think like, yeah, I'm making this instrumental music and millions of people are going to hear this? I feel like you can't think like that. But I guess if you work at like Disney or something and you're working on a movie, you kind of have to think that way with a lot of the aspects of it. Like when they were making Frozen, they were just like, the number of people, the number of kids that are going to hear this, the number of parents that are going to hear this. I don't know. I can't imagine that kind of pressure. But I think about it a lot too, because like a lot of times I'll watch stuff that's like not even gaming related, and I'll hear people playing like the Animal Crossing music all the time. Like in the background of so many YouTube videos, it's just Animal Crossing music. In the backgrounds of people's videos that may not even know what Animal Crossing is. It's just wild. Dude, look at that. Look at that. That's a screenshot right there. Look at that. Dude, that looks so good right there. I can't believe that. so pretty. Yeah, I'm really concerned about windrowing this. Because it's like, I kind of forget sometimes because I'm like, I'm having a good time mowing. And so it just disappears. Time, the world just disappears. But then I take a step back and think about the next step and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, I've been here for hours. Oh no. Music longevity in concerts, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, I feel like in the forefront of their mind is concerts and things like that, and, like, that this is a classic. But I think it would be so hard to imagine, especially because, like, I think the people that make Zelda music are they largely the same as, like, the people that made the music for the original Zelda games? I actually have no idea. But if they are, I don't think you could sit there and just be like, this is the background music to all this stuff. Like, it's one thing to think about, like, when it's the forefront, when it's like somebody playing the game, when it's somebody listening to the music because they love Zelda. But I mean more like, imagining the people that are going to hear the music that don't even know they're listening to Zelda music. That's the part that's like, I can't even imagine trying to wrap your head around that. Sad if you don't know what Zelda is. That's true. Yeah. That's true. I don't think of it that way though. I think of it more like, how cool. Like, gaming has gotten so big that, like, that it is just like, it's in places that it doesn't even really know, right? Like where it can be in places where people don't know what it is because it's so big that it's so everywhere that you could be listening to it and you don't even know it. You could be someone who thinks like you think games are stupid and you don't even realize that you've been listening to gaming music like every night after work watching your favorite YouTuber. You just have no idea that actually you do love it and you love that music and you don't even know. Hearing Final Fantasy themes and not knowing. There's so many things in the world though, you know? Like, it's hard to consume everything. Like, God, I didn't play Ocarina until very recently. Like, it was a few years ago now, I suppose, but still, only a few years ago did I even know the game I missed out on for so long. There's just so much good stuff that people have made. God, that Zelda marathon was just kind of life-changing for me, honestly. Maybe that's sort of lame to say, but I love Zelda so much. And I'm so glad I played so many more. I still haven't played all of them, but man, I am glad for all the ones I played. The 13 that I played during that marathon. Oh my god. What a legendary series. I'm like tearing up thinking about it. I love Zelda. I love it so much. And I almost didn't play it. I could have so easily never have played a Zelda game in my life. God. I gotta play the Zeldas that I haven't played yet. I really gotta get around to it. I've still got Majora's Mask to play. We've still got Minish Cap. I have the remake of what's it called? Link's Adventure to play. Oh my god. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna finish over here. I could try not get stupidly overly emotional about it when I say this, but like, I just love the things people create. I really do. And it's to the point of just like, I actually physically, time will not allow me to consume all the things I know I would love to consume that people have made. Books, games, movies, music, TV shows. Like, there's so much that people make that is just so wonderful, and I can't appreciate it or consume it enough. I just love people. I love how creative people are. I love the crazy, fantastical things people make or come up with. Like, it's just so cool. It's just so cool. And then I sit here playing this and it's just a real life simulator, just a farming sim. And I don't know, man. I love it. This tractor's got 5.1 work hours on it so far. I wonder how many hours this tractor will have on it by the time all my farming empire plans are complete. Even with this just being basically this field being this tractor's responsibility, I wonder how much it's going to have on it. Well, honestly, probably this tractor will be responsible for mowing pretty much all the grass on the map at some point here, but it's monthly responsibility. Actually, no, it probably won't because it can't tug the full mow setup, so I'll probably need a bigger tractor for like proper map mowing levels. We'll see. I only have to mow the rest of the map like one time, so doing it with this little mower wouldn't be the worst. But yeah, barring all that work, which I'm sure in itself will be, well, if this took me 5 hours, then you can extrapolate that however you're gonna. I'm not gonna think about those numbers, actually. That's a really big number. But anyway, if I removed that from the equation, just the act of like this, how many times am I gonna mow the sheep field is really what it comes down to. How many months? I mean, at the rate I'm going, since we won't even have crops this year, I'm thinking we're gonna get quite a few years out of this map here. I'm sure things will speed up though. I can't speed up crops though. You put the crops down or whatever. I guess inevitably, if I get to the point that the only thing I'm waiting on is crops, I'm probably gonna have to speed up our timeline a little bit. I was thinking about that. I did 4-day months, but I think maybe I should switch to like 2-day months. Because in real life, it takes me like 2 days to stream a single day in real time. Because it's like 15 hours. And like, yeah, I could, every Friday I could stream 12 hours, but then there's a 3-hour lap. And then in that case, I would do 3-day months in Farming Sims so that my 4 farming days would combine to 3 farming days or something like that, right? Like it'd be closer. But I think realistically, you know, every Friday for the rest of time, am I gonna always stream 12 hours on Friday? Probably not. So I think after September, I may strongly consider going to 2-day months. And that way, we can hopefully at least do a year in the playthrough in line with a year in real life instead of being slower than that. But honestly, once I'm really set up, it might make sense to go to 1-day months because then we can maybe get like, I don't know. If I could get like 4 years in a year or something like that, then we could see some real progress, you know? But I don't want to feel rushed. So I need like a balance of like, I'm not rushed, but we are progressing. It's kind of like a mixed thing though, because like, obviously when I start a project, because I do everything manually like this, there's like this big amount of time that has to just man hours got to go into it. But I may not necessarily want like imagine I was doing this, but also I had to get this done and I had like 3 crops that I needed to harvest. And if I was in a 1 month or 1 day month, I'd have to get all of that done within like a 15-hour period, right? And God forbid it rains, because some crops I couldn't harvest if it rains, and then they go bad. Whereas if I got a 4-day month, I got 4 whole days for there to be a window when I could harvest my crops. I mean, technically every single crop has multiple months it can be harvested, I'm pretty sure, but basically the same point stands. It'd be like 2 days if it was 1 day months and 4 days if it was 2 day months, etc. And really, I just don't want Farming Simulator 30 to come out before I finish this playthrough. That's really my only concern. I don't want the next Farming Simulator game to come out before I feel done with this farm. But I just love playing in real time, man. I just gotta stream Farming Sim every day. That's what I gotta do. I just have to become a farmer in real life. And then I'll finish on time. You know what's really funny is sometimes I'll like try to look something up for Farming Sim and I'll accidentally stumble upon a real farmer video where they're like recording them actually farming, and off of the thumbnail I will genuinely think it's Farming Sim, and then I like click in and I'm like, wait a minute, that's real life. Uh-oh. I found myself in the wrong place. Snidely Secret Dream Job Farmer. Honestly, maybe. I mean, I say that with really only a video game understanding of what farming would even be like, which I feel like is pretty inaccurate. I mean, my family did have a farm. We had like a family farm, and we had a reunion there every year for a long time. So like I've been on a real farm. I've been on multiple real farms, to be fair, but none of them were like, I don't even know how to say it. Like they were active, but they weren't like active. They were like they had like land, but most of it wasn't really being used. And they maybe had like a tractor and then like mostly animals. I don't think any of the farms I've been on were actually profitable from farming farms or even from animals. They just were farms. And I find it hard to believe that I could just buy, I don't know, let's say 62 acres of land, a tractor, and some other equipment, and build a house on the land and a shed, do all the work myself if I was physically healthy enough to, and somehow not just completely run out of money. Even if I somehow magically was implanted with all the knowledge a farmer ever needed to have and ability, I struggle to imagine that it could be that simple. Like, that I could just cut my 62 acres once every 2 months, bale them, wrap them, wait for them to ferment, and sell them, and even come remotely close to profiting off of that, or even breaking even, to be honest. I imagine I would just go into debt and deeper debt and never come out of it. But who knows? Maybe it is that simple. Also, in this alternate reality, I'm not allergic to grass. That seems like it would be a problem. Maybe I could just wear like a full body suit and like a mask, like a breathing mask, and then I could cut grass all day. Can you imagine, though, just being like, someone's like, what do you do? And you're like, I'm a grass farmer. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think people say that. I've never met a grass farmer. That's for sure. Yeah, if somebody said that to me, I would think it was like them suggesting something. Even having played Farming Simulator and made money off of farming grass many, many times, if someone said that to me in real life, I would definitely think they were not literally saying that they cut grass, wrapped it into bales, and fermented it into silage to make their money. Now, if they said, I cut grass for a living, then I would assume they mowed people's lawns. Yeah, but I think I love simulator games so much because if business and life and like daily tasks were as straightforward and organized and predictable as they are in simulator games, I would just freaking love doing those things in real life. I love predictable things. I like making plans, especially when they can be predictable. And I love a job well done. It's a great feeling. A job well done, a job worth doing. I do think that's why, even if this is a real thing that people do that does make money, they probably don't only do this. Because if I was already sitting here with a tractor and I had a plow and I had all the other things, and like I loved it, I loved cutting grass, and I only did it once every 2 months, I would sit around thinking, you know what else would be great? What if I grew some tomatoes? What if I grew some grapes? You know, like I would want to start doing other things. Even if I could mow grass, bale it once every 2 months, and that was plenty of money or whatever, I'd be sitting there like, well, if I can do this, think of all the other things I could grow. Like, I feel like it would be kind of addicting. Like, you would want to grow other stuff. You would want to do other things, and you would have so much time. Like, yeah, it's a lot of hard work once every 2 months, but then you got all this time, and you got all this land. I think you would want to do more. But I don't know. I don't really know anything about that world. But what I do know is I'm almost done. We got a little bit over there. I love the rain sounds. I'm so glad I can cut in the rain. I've fallen in love with this tractor, by the way. I mean, I liked it the moment we got it. But Fred really is number one. He's the number one Fred. And Fred has just cut this field for the very first time. The first of many. Here's hoping. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Realistically, one day we should probably not cut this field the way we just did when it's a proper field, because that did take me 5.5 hours. But for a while, this will be the way we cut it. But one day when I have not just sheep, but pigs and cows and horses and 20 different crops, I probably don't want to spend 5.5 hours every 2 months cutting the grass. But we'll see. We'll see what my workload looks like when I get there. I need some gas. That is something I'm gonna have to consider, actually. I need to figure out what my gassing up all my very far apart vehicles is gonna look like. I think maybe we might, for the first time, have gas, like canisters, I don't know what you call them, tanks, I guess, on different properties. And then I'll have a truck that brings gas around and fills up the tanks. Because honestly, I don't know what else I would do other than like driving all the way back to town on every individual vehicle to get gas. Yeah, this road is literally worse than if there was no road. It's kind of a problem. I'm gonna drive next to the road. we will have to do some road work. Yeah, too rutted. All right, let's see if my patience can stand this thing. I should probably also plant something in that field that I have, but... Well, actually, no. I think I'm going to put a building there. I'd like to put a big, like, garage there, essentially. Or, where that field is could become my construction site. That would be a choice. I really just need to, like, take a picture of the PDA of this map and then, like, use paint or something and plan out where I'm gonna put stuff. Look how shiny and new this thing is compared to my tractor. My tractor's filthy. It's been working. All right, Lola, take good care of yourself. Bye-bye. All right, how's this guy work? Lower. Actually, before I even lower it. On. Okay, so it's gonna go that direction. Yeah, I don't know. Let's give it a shot. It went the opposite direction that I thought. All right. I call this the Patience Tester 9000. Let's see if I can stand it, or if we're going to go fishing so I can get the other thing. I do like this thing, actually. This actually has me really excited for the bigger one that we were looking at, because it's essentially the same thing as this, just bigger. And I like this way more than a normal windrower. I can't really explain why, I just do. However, I don't think I have the patience to do the whole field this way. This thing is just too small. But I also like that it's small. I don't know. I have such mixed feelings right now. Like, it's so cute. And I like it. But this would definitely take me longer than the 5.5 hours it took me to cut this to shift the grass. I think we're gonna have to move to fishing here in a minute. I want to at least do the edge. I forgot to get gas. Ah, shit. Does this feel way easier to me to be like, and I want the pile of grass right here compared to like the normal windrowers? I think that might be why I like it so much. I feel more in control. I do actually think this will be perfect for when we have a fence. This will let me get right up in there. And pull it away the grass from the edges of the fence really easily. Made a little money. Must have been a couple wood chips. Yeah, it feels a little bit like I did nothing, but also I kind of love it at the same time. But we need the big one, unfortunately. It's just not realistic. We can tug this guy. Not this one, but this one. This is 9 meters. This is 2.5 is what that was. Okay. Yeah. I mean, even 7 meters, I'm sure would make a huge difference, but I think we'll go to the 125 one, and hopefully it's not too tall. It's really hard to tell how tall it is, but hopefully it'll fit through the door. I also still need to buy this, so we actually need a lot of money, but I mean, I need to bale these before anything, because the sooner they're fermenting, the better. But I actually think it would be faster, potentially, to make the money for the other windrower and then windrow it than to do it this way. Because that's at least, if I check here. So my mower is 3.2. So this is less wide than my mower. So it would at least take me 6 hours to do that. 6 hours of fishing at 15K per. What is that? 60K plus 30, so 90K. 90K gets us the money we need. Yeah. So the same money we get, the money we need, and then I would think that at 9 meters, I probably get that thing done in like 3. So like, yes, it would take slightly longer to windrow it by a couple hours, but it'd be far less painful, and we would have that windrower for future windrowing. And that's assuming I make 15K an hour. I don't know if that's an over or an underestimate. I don't know. We've made 15K an hour for sure from fishing, but I don't know how that compares. Oh. All right. Well, it is 2:20 just about. And some change, I guess. We're at about 60K, a little under. Let's see what we make. I am going to release $200 fish though, so, and I'm pretty sure when I made 15K an hour, it was when I was selling $200 fish. But I just feel like it's the right thing to do. All right, 59.5, 1420. Like how you like, what you like that. I think I'm most interested in how long it takes me to get to 69.5. And then we'll gauge everything from there. It's gonna be super inconsistent though, 'cause it's just random. We get trash, we get cheap fish, we get nice fish. We caught over 300 fish in August though, which was one day long, which I played 15 hours of, and I definitely was not fishing the entire time. But we only made like less than 80K from fish. So of those 300 fish, if we map that out, we only got like 20. Oh, I sold that. Oops. We only got like 20. $2,400 fish worth. Is that right? It's 10's 4,000. Oh no, I did that totally wrong. I'm dumb. 10 is 4,000. 100 is 40,000. So yeah, 200 of those fish, 200 of those 300 was 80K. Which since I was selling the 200s for a really long time, until like maybe the last hour of day one. Maybe not even an hour. Yeah, it was probably way less than that. But I was only fishing maybe like, I want to say like 3 hours. Maybe I'm underestimating. Because time just disappears sometimes. I'm playing Farming Sim, having a good time, having so much fun, just like she said. And I just don't know how much time's passing, so. I'm probably underestimating how much I fished. I was just having too much fun. Because we've been fishing for 5 minutes and I haven't even made $1,000. But I randomly get like crazy streaks. I'll get like multiple $400 fish in a row, and then I'll get nothing but trash for a while. It's just random. Dude, imagine if there's 1,000 trash milestone though. What am I even gonna do? Like if one day I'm fishing, one night we're fishing, chilling, and it happens. I hit 1,000 trash. And it's like $1 million. Like, what am I gonna do? Start a new business, I guess. Though honestly, if I get the $500,000, I'm gonna spend it like easily on these sheep. And like, basically these sheep would have been like an $800,000 investment or something crazy. So it's 4 fields, which is 240K, boom, gone. 4 fields. Then we're spending like 160 on their actual barn and stuff. So that's puts us at 400. Money's disappearing, right? I think I spent 90K on the tractor. 490K. Boom. This fucking windrower I'm getting is another 125. So now we're at 615. Money going up. The problem is that I'm including the mower stuff, I guess, but like if I didn't include it, that 400 whatever is basically it. That's it. Boom, you have sheep. You buy the sheep. That's like not expensive. You're done. But like I need a tractor for the grass. I need all the implements to make a field, to plant the grass, to mow the grass, to bale the grass, to windrow the grass, to transport the bales, transport the animals. So yeah, I think by the end of it, it's basically $800,000 to set up these sheep. So let's hope they make 10K an hour. Because then... Oh, oops. I messed up. Then, in like... I don't know. Let's see. Let me think about it. In like 2 months of in-game time, we'll break even. We'll even profit, actually. It'll be 1.5 months. Boom, profit. We're in the profit territory. Because we broke even. That's pretty good. But I'm still assuming that I'm right and that we're gonna make 10K an hour. And that's only after we're actually full production. It's gonna take months for the for the sheep to grow up. And then we also gotta ramp up our production. Like it's gonna be a minute before we're at the point where we're just regularly producing. Because first we gotta spend the time of first the first the sheep gotta have their first full-scale production of wool. Now we are gonna get wool before they're fully up, but they have to be a certain age before they produce the maximum amount. I also don't know how much the spinnery and the tailor are going to cost when all's said and done. The buildings themselves, I think, fairly cheap, but I'm probably going to have to upgrade them for them to, and I just need to play that by ear of like, how quick do these need to go to process the wool entirely by the time the next batch of wool is available. So we'll have to play around with that. But yeah. I changed my guess. I think it's basically $1 million to get this started, which is crazy. Which is absolutely crazy. If one day they could make it so that I could build a sheep barn with a small pen and that holds like 60 sheep, but then expand it over time, like expand the fence line over time, that would have been so big for me. We would already have sheep right now. I would have only bought one 16-acre plot back there. We would have plopped the thing down, and it would have been half the price to even plop it down. Let's say it'd be like 100K. Plop down the shed for some equipment, buy some sheep. I think the sheep transport would be kind of pricey, I guess, comparatively. Like I think it's like 50K. So okay, we spent 150K. I'd still have to buy the tractor and the mowing equipment and stuff, so it would still be expensive, but we would already have it because the cost to set it up is less than the extra land I bought, because I'm trying to build it the final size straight out of the gate, because I can't change its size later. And that's rough. And we're gonna have to do it for all the animals. So I'm gonna have to figure out how big I want them, how many I want, before I build anything. And then save up and do the thing. But yeah, my thought is, after sheep, we focus on getting the main road out to over there, So that's going to cost some money, right? And I figure out where my construction site for all the various materials we need to build things is going to be. And we start setting that up so I can finish my house. Once we finish my house, we'll focus on getting some storage here. I want just like a garage or something. And it's gonna be where like my harvesters for non-specialized equipment will live, or crops will live there. We'll build out the fields we can from the land we already own from building the roads. We'll start making those fields. We can make those bigger later, so that's no big deal. But we'll know where we want them. Do that. Start getting that stuff down. If at some point we are especially flush with cash, we might start another animal. I think my second animal should be pigs. I've never even come close to having pigs before in Farming Sim. I've like maybe had a pig in a barn somewhere, but I've never like figured out how to take care of them in like really any of the Farming Sim games. But I think they're going to be important to us because we're going to need the manure so that I can have fertilizer. And I'm pretty sure they're the best way to make it, really. Maybe like silage to digestate is better. Probably most definitely that's better. But I don't know. On that note, I am gonna have to find a place for like a biogas plant as well. I really do just need to like whip out paint and figure out my layout. At least a rough idea of what I want. I may have severely overestimated our money per hour fishing. In my defense, we were getting a lot of milestones early on. So if this were real life, this would be great money per hour. But it's not as crazy as I may have thought originally. It's been 20 minutes. I've made 2.3K. So I mean, but all it takes is a couple fish to wildly swing things the other way. Well, actually, my bad. It's 3.3K. They started at 59.5. So it's more money than that. 3.3K times 3. 9.9K per hour. At this rate. I will say it would be over 15K per hour if I sold every fish at the rate we're going. Na 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 Damacy. Big money. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. I miss Arc Age fishing, man. I still remember getting my fishing boat. My friends helped me build it, and we all went out on the fishing boat together. I love that you like grab the fish and you put it on your back, and when it's a really big fish, it won't fit in the fish tank on the fish boat, and so you gotta hang it off the hooks on the back. It's just still the best fishing in a video game I've ever seen, and nothing even comes close. It was just the best. I think we're gonna get basically exactly 10K per hour in fish when I only sell the $400. Which means we more rapidly approach the milestone than if I sold all the fish. But now that I'm watching it more closely, I'm pretty confident in saying that if I was selling every fish, I think we'd pretty easily get 15K per hour. A new special offer on the John Deere S7, huh? Yeah, it is. That's a good deal. Too bad I'm broke. Just under 20 minutes in the hour left from when I started. Da-da-da. Somebody really dumped some trash in here overnight. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it happened. Patron of the fish. Yes, I am. Let me just save that real quick. Holy moly. I thought it was at 300 for some reason. I didn't think we were even close. Well, turns out in less than an hour you can make $506,000 fishing. $506,000. Oh my god. Well, I guess let's go to yep. Let's go get my tractor. I think we're getting shape. I mean, I gotta do a ton of work first, but I have the money, I have the funds. I'm pretty sure, I gotta think about it. I mean, this wind rower is gonna be expensive. We do still need the, I don't think I bought the bale loader. I could be misremembering, but I don't think we bought it yet. If I did, it's over at the shop. Well, let's go to the shop. Get our windrower. Fill up on gas because we're very low. Very low. That'll be some fish money. filling up on gas. But yeah, we should be good to go. So this is 125. We've got the bale trailer. That'll be 50. So 175. Then we got, let's call it 160 for the sheep bin. So that's what did I say? It was 175. So 275. 25. 335. That's already most of the money. 335. And then I don't know how much the animal trailer is. And I don't know how much 2,000 sheep's going to cost me. I don't even know if we'll be able to squeeze 2,000 sheep in there. I know at least 1,500 because we did a test. But I added a whole nother 16 acres. So I'm hoping we somehow push it to 2K. But that might be wishful thinking. And if it's like $100 per sheep, then we're going to spend a friggin' fortune on 2,000 sheep. But I don't think it's 100 per sheep. We can check while we're over here, actually. I think it's 100 if you don't transport them. I think it's like at least 1/10 the cost if you transport. Something ridiculous. Of course, then you have to transport them. So, you know. Yeah, so 335. For everything else. Where's the animal trigger? There it is. Oh, I don't want cows. Sheep. Huh? Was it? It must have been 200 at the bin. Wait, but only 8 months? That's not good. That's not good. Because I think it's 18 months for them to produce the maximum amount of wool per month. So that's real unfortunate. Yeah. So it's basically going to take a full year for them to get to full speed here. I don't know how much worse it is, but also $2,000 is a lot of money. I mean, we need whatever discount we can get when we're getting 2,000 of them, but let me do the math here real quick. 2,000 times 144. That is 288,000. We are not going to be able to get 2,000. That is not happening. Let's see. Animal transport. And we were going to use the... Okay, right. I forgot that I got this little guy. But does mean we would transport 10 at a time. Honestly, probably worth. Okay, so it's that plus 9,800. So it's 270. Oh my god. $297,800 versus, I'm pretty sure they were 200. So we're saving over $103,000 by manually transporting them if we get 2,000. So that's pretty worth, but also it'll just be fun to transport them, honestly. Anyway, I'm not here for that yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. We have a lot of work to do. This is a big area that we're setting up. And I'm just procrastinating because I'm about to do my least favorite part, but it should be much better now that I'm going to get this windrower. Got a lot of random stuff over here, don't I? Okay, we are buying. Let me actually shave one more time if I can find the save button. Just in case something goes horribly wrong. And we are going to go over here to windrowers. We're going to buy this guy. And we're going to call this something fancy. Big shovel. Ba-ba-da, ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na, ba-dum-ba-wow. Big shovel. It's mine now. Now we are probably going to struggle a bit on hills because we are right at the limit of this little guy's capabilities. I hope this isn't too tall for the sheep barn door once we've got the sheep barn, but I think it's okay. It's not crazy. I mean, it's certainly got nothing on some of the other crazy windrowers. It is much smaller, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, I think, yeah. I'm so excited to get more things set up. I think these sheep are going to be great for all of that. I'm thinking up on this hill between these two batches of trees is where I might set up construction long term. Kind of drown out the construction noise a little bit with the trees. It is not incredibly flat there, but it's not really incredibly flat anywhere, so we'll just have to figure it out. I also need to just figure out how much I really need in terms of buildings for construction materials. So I know for the wood parts, it's not too bad. We've got a pretty small sawmill and a pretty small carpenter that we can place. I do think I'm probably going to want at least 2 of the sapling greenhouses eventually. But we'll just have to see. I mean, the thing is too, I don't want to go too crazy because I don't really want it to be a moneymaker for me. But I also want it to be pretty fast so that we can get buildings. Like, but if we build it, I want to keep it. So, and if it's sitting there, I want to use it. So I kind of want to like balance those two very conflicting feelings. Cause like, I don't want it to be this massive moneymaker of mine. I just want to be able to quickly build stuff. We'll see. I know for sure there's like at least 2 things I want to build. And if one of those things doesn't work out, we're not going to be building much else because... But if it does work out, I'm going to be building a lot more because it'll allow me to build custom sheds. So they call this thing a merger. Oh no. I think I see a problem. This doesn't have a middle. Is that going to be okay? Oh. 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 Okay, this is how I used it before. Okay. Okay, this should do what I want. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it so much. Oh, this is the best. Oh, this is so much better than a normal windrower. Oh, I love this. Wow. Oh, this is so nice. Why have I never used this before? Oh, this is the best. Like, a normal windrower is such a mess. It's such a mess. Like, it's so difficult for me to, like, use well a normal windrower. But this is amazing. How do I want my lines? Da, 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 da. Okay, I think I'm just gonna bring it in first. That's my plan. Bring in the edges. Oh my god, I might like windrowing now. Oh my god, I might love windrowing now. This is so nice. I wish I was better at explaining, like, why. Why it feels good sometimes. Like, sometimes, man. It is just pure joy for me. I don't know why. But this is definitely one of those moments. I mean, I'm sure it's partially because it's a new experience, but like right now, I like this better than mowing. This is beating mowing, which I don't think I can give higher praise to something in Farming Sim. Okay. I'm gonna turn it off because we're about to hit the wall here. Oh my god, it feels amazing. This is the best. Kind of like redoing what I did already, but oh my god. Part of me wants to just do something that's probably not going to be good for bailing this. Where I just like make a giant pile right in this, like just make the thickest of lines, you know what I'm saying? Like so thick. It's gonna. I think I'm gonna make just like one. This is probably not gonna work, but like for the baler. But I'm just gonna do it. We're just gonna. I'm having so much fun. I'm gonna make such a big line. I'll regret it later. I know I will. But I'm gonna make such a thick line. I'm gonna make such a thick line. Oh my god. Oh, it's so much better than a windrower. It's not even funny. The fact that you can like switch it to the middle or either side is also so great. Things I can do with this, you know? I mean, honestly, like because this is meadow grass, right? So like I can pull in quite a large distance and it would still be like good for the baler. One line is probably really bad. Like probably really, really bad. But like 3 lines. Maybe not. I think we're hitting the wall a little bit here. Reposition. Oh my goodness. It's so funny how it just like doesn't even look like I had done anything previously to this. Like that little windrower, it's like it wasn't even here. I can barely tell. Well, this was worth it. This is now the windrower I'm gonna get every time in the future ever. This is the best. I should have been using this the whole time. Actually, I'm just gonna like do this. I'm so glad I can like back up with this. It doesn't seem like I should be able to. It's a lot of wheels, you know? I guess if I lifted it, maybe it would do this better, but whatever, it's working. Oh my god, it's so great. This is the best. I freaking love this thing. Okay, so after I do this lap, I think my plan is... What is my plan? I feel like I could do like 4 columns and it would be very bailable. So I think we want to pull it in. So we're gonna go this. I'm gonna lift. So I think I'm gonna swap sides. So we go like outside, middle, left, left. We're gonna go left. I'll go to the top here. We'll go all the way down. Let's see how tall it is. If I'm like, oh yeah, if we double that, it'll be the perfect size. Then we just do the same thing, but from the other side. I mean, honestly, no, I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be. I can just keep pushing it until it looks big enough. Until I'm like, oh, that's too big. Or like one too big. We'll figure it out. I'm so excited. This is great. This is how it always should have been. What was I even thinking before? What a fool I was. I'm actually just gonna stay center. Maybe? I don't know. We'll just keep going. It's fine. It's gonna be a little bit not straight, but aren't we all? Yeah, this is great. Yeah, it's not even that tall yet because this is just meadow grass, so it's really not much like grass for how much surface area. I think I'm gonna judge it based on like how it compares to my tire. Like if we get, it's like right now it's like nowhere, right? But once it's like gonna hit the middle of my front tire, I feel like that's pretty much as high as we probably should go, but I don't know. I've never felt like I had this much control over my rows, so I really don't know the like limits here. That's so... For so long I've suffered. I've loved mowing so much, so I've mowed so much. But the windrowing, I've hated windrowing. This literally solves my only problem with mowing. It now makes the one non-satisfying part satisfying. What a dream. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-na-na, ba-ba-na-ma-na-ma-na-na. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-na-ma-na-ma-na. This poor little tractor, though. We are right at the limit. Oh, I did not get gas. I forgot again. What am I gonna do? I forgot to get gas. Look at her. Wow. Okay, I feel like let's see. Left. Okay, I think we'll go this way now. Oh, probably help if I turn it on. I'm actually gonna finish this one and I'm gonna go grab the baler because I want to see how baling this is, because it's kind of wide actually. Like it's making a sort of wide situation because it's so thick. It feels like it's wide. Maybe it's fine. I love it. I love it so much. It's crazy. I can't believe how much I love this right now. I feel like what I could do if it was like, I mean, it's more trips, so it's probably not good, but I could just go middle mode once I've got it like grouped like this. And then you make a neater pile. I love this thing. I love this thing. I love how like flexible it is. I want to get like these like beautiful straight lines and paths, and doesn't make a big old mess, and it's not confusing about where it's gonna go. This is the best windrower in the world. Wait, I just understood what outside means. You could be like, I'm gonna go right down the middle, and it'll just make 2 lines on either side of you. That's genius. I wasn't thinking, but that's what that means. Oh! Oh my God. It's the perfect tool. It's perfect. It's the best windrower anybody ever made, ever. I feel like 3 is either too much or perfect. Like slightly too much or perfect. I mean, it's probably going to be more grass in the future rows that I do, because this one I was sort of like messing up a bunch. I feel like this 3rd step is probably not necessary. But I'm just going to do this up until we're where the baler is. At the very least. And then we're going to test out baling this and see if I completely overdid it. But I mean, that's looking pretty good. I don't think it's too high. It does feel very wide, which I don't think I can change, so it must be fine. It would make it so wide if the baler couldn't handle it, right? That would be silly. Da, 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 da. No. Kind of put my mower in the way a little bit, didn't I? It'll be fine. And I don't realize how big this baler is until I have something smaller like this next to it. I'm just like, jeez, it's as big as my little can do. It's massive. So I'm gonna say this is about it the same as if in the middle part I did 2.5-ish rows combined into a single thing for my baler. It's about it's pretty tall. It's pretty tall. This might be too much. And I was gonna do one row like a maniac. It's like bigger than my entire tractor. Oh wow. It already is like 58% of a bale here. Okay, I think we want 2 next time. This is a little thick. Just like a little thick. So I think the next row, I'll do that. It is better in this part, but it's actually like basically perfect now that we're out of that like extra thick part at the start. But I think 2 will be good. It's gonna be so weird doing this when there's sheep everywhere. I like how the baler's like, you gotta slow down because this is thick. Like this baler is made to so that you can just continue to go full working speed the whole time, but it's such a thick file that I can't. The baler cannot keep up. Oh. Yeah, this is crazy. This poor Baylor could just like barely keep up. I even left some grass behind, it looks like. Yeah, so we need to do less less intense of a mound for sure. It's like actually too good of windrows for me to bail properly. I've already gotten 13 bail, well 14 bales. This is the 14th bale right here. I may have messed up choosing to do this preemptively. I mean, we would have technically wasted some grass if I didn't do it preemptively. But the problem now is going to be I'm going to have to move what looks to be hundreds of at least 100 bales. Yeah, at least 100 bales. 200 bales even. Off of this field. Well, actually that's not true. We don't need to move all of them before we build the sheep pen. Because we just have to move the ones that'll be in the way of the building. So maybe it's fine. But who knows where they're going to roll to at this point, because we're definitely all in hills at the moment. One. One. How was work, Juan? Wait, are you still at work? I don't even know. That was work. This is already 20 bales. This is one row. It's not even close to a finished row. This is crazy. You're tired. That makes sense. Also, I keep leaving stuff. Whoa, that's trippy. This is kind of a lot of grass. Did y'all notice that? It's kind of a lot of grass. Uh-oh. It's kind of a lot of grass. I am also moving, but can you see why? Because it is picking, like there's so much grass in this pile that it has to slow down to keep up with making the bales. Like normally I do my grass fields and there's like a downtime between a bale being made and like whatever. There is no downtime. We're just baling. So we have to slow down. Much grass is ours. No, it's good, but like, holy crap. I don't know why this grass is so thick. Also, I gotta get gas for my tractor. We got another government check, though. So I have all the funds I need for my sheep. But I have to do all this work first. Because all this grass is in the way. The gas so thick and more grass for the tractor. That's right. Dude, this one row is gonna be more than 30 bales. This is unfertilized meadow grass. What is happening? Like, when I make this a field and I put the sheep on it, even before I fertilize it, I'm pretty sure that's already way more grass. And then you fertilize it. Like, am I gonna get 100 bales a row when I fertilize this? Because that's a lot. That's a lot of bales. We're gonna hit the fucking bale cap before I finish mowing the sheep's grass. Once I fertilize it. Actually, I don't remember what the bale cap is. But goddamn. Let me tell you something, Missy. That's grass. Yeah. Yeah. Stick. Juan, I found the windrower of my dreams. It was here the whole time, and now I like windrowing. It's amazing. Having fun looking at thick grass? I am. Bro, it can't even show me all the bales back there. I don't even... Okay, I gotta go get the windrower. Wow. Mowing heaven's front lawn. You can see the parts that I push mowered because they look like this. Because we did that last month. And the pristine part. Uh-oh. The pristine part is what I mowed today. That is a lot of bales. It was a week ago, but it was also last month. But this guy right here is amazing. I'm gonna go to the end. Okay, so I think my plan should be I do 2 rows with this, so it's not quite as thick, because that was a little bit of a struggle for my baler. We go 2 rows, and then it should be fine. My poor little tractor. He can barely pull this thing. Up these steep, steep hills. God, I love this thing though. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, so we're gonna go left. No. We're gonna go... This is really hard for my direction problems. Right. We're gonna go right. Oh, it's so great! I love this thing. Oh my god. Why did I use the other windrowers? They're the worst. Wow. Okay, have fun. Oh, I've been streaming over 8 hours, huh? That's why Juan came home. Oh my gosh. So the other one that was like more expensive than this one, and it was like, I think it was 9 meters. That's the like big farmer dream right there. Though I think I would prefer this one still, because the other one had like, sometimes things get so big that they're kind of unwieldy, and I feel like this is the perfect size. I'm sure the other one would be faster for something this big, but this is the perfect size. Oh, so happy right now. Where was this windrower my whole life? Over 1,000 hours of farming sim. And at least half of that was me mowing grass, because I love mowing grass, but man, the windrowing was always the worst part. Imagine once I like get my system down with this guy. I already feel so comfortable. Do need to go to town before I run out of gas. Oh, it's very steep. It's like magic. And I just have so much control over like where they are. Like, if I wanted to, I could just like slowly push things like the line really far away. Like when I get to the tree part, I can just like make sure that the lines aren't in the bushes because I could just keep pushing them. It's so simple. On anyone who wasn't here earlier, we decided that I'm gonna have to play Expedition 33 because I haven't played it. The joy of farming. Hi, Titans. It's gonna be a minute till I start the next game though, because we're doing Serial Ultimate. I'm still finishing up Crimson Desert stuff. Got farm and sim going on. I think 3 games is about my limit for a week. Unless I'm finishing games. Number 1 Fred's doing such a good job. He's pulling this stuff. And these are steep hills. And he's kind of at his limit, too. He's still doing it. I'm proud of him. It's fine. We'll do... Huh? I really thought we would have... I mean, this was not the steepest part, so I probably shouldn't say anything yet, but I really thought we were going to have way more trouble. Since we didn't have any leeway on the horsepower. But it's working. I think the plow might be the worst one when we get to that step. But we got the scariest part out of the way, which is just getting the rest of the funding for this. And now I just finished getting this bailed up, which is admittedly a lot of work, but fun work. And then a lot of finagling to get the sheep barn placed and correct. There's going to be a little bit of guesswork there because we don't know how many sheep it'll permit me given this space. I'm going to try a new method for flattening the ground for the building part because what we tried in testing was not super great. Little bit of a mess, but hopefully I can figure something out, and then from there we get it placed, and then the fun part, we just buy the sheep, bring them over, take care of them, profit, you know. I did skip a step, actually. We are gonna have to actually turn this into a grass field at some point, like a proper one. But I'm thinking of doing that after the sheep are here. Might be a bold choice, but that's what I'm thinking. And then, after that, start working on some roads, setting up a proper place for Making construction materials so we can finish building my house. Probably a lot more fishing. Since everything costs money. And I imagine after I'm actually have this thing set up, we're gonna have like $150K left over, somewhere around there. So we're not gonna be rich. But we're gonna be rich in sheep. Also, sort of side effect that will happen of having hopefully 2,000 sheep is they will also make sheep babies. So I will be buying them as adults. Now, I know it sounds messed up, but I will be selling those babies because we won't have space for them, so... All that said, though, I'm gonna stop here because I have tomorrow as well for farming. I haven't eaten yet today. So we're gonna do that. Oy! I definitely got a little further today than I was expecting, so I'm very, very happy about that. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some more farming. Bye!